Chapter 269. The nearby Immortal Essence guards were in an even worse state, and even Lu Sanbao showed a pained expression. Roar! Hoopa, who was lying on Lu Ye's shoulder, roared like a tiger. At this critical moment, Hoopa had to step in. That roar suppressed the female spirit's cries and even scared her silly. Only now did she notice that Hoopa was different from the others. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Hoopa rushed out and opened his mouth to suck in the female spirit. The female spirit saw that the situation was bad and raised her hand to play her pipa, knocking Hoopa away and causing him to tumble a few times. Yi rushed out and used a technique on the female spirit. Lu Yi also stepped forward and chopped down with his saber. The female spirit blocked the technique, but she couldn't block Lu Ye's saber. A flash of light appeared on her body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surrounding nightmare spirits acted together and used spirit binding chains to bind the female spirit. Lu Sanbao even threw his 3 dice. The female spirit's slender fingers hooked onto a few strings of the pipa and pulled them fiercely. Most of the spirit binding chains flying towards her froze in midair, while the rest shattered. Woo, woo, woo! Her cries rang out again. Roar! Hoopa roared at her again, this time louder than last time. A visible wave of air rushed towards the female spirit, causing her to show a pained expression and her cries to stop. Lu Yi took advantage of the situation and chopped down with his saber. Woo, woo! Roar! Lu Yi chopped down again. Woo! Another chop, the female spirit really cried. She hugged her pipa and shrunk her neck, looking at Lu Yi pitifully as bean-sized tears flowed down her cheeks. This guest wasn't easy to receive. He didn't recite poems, didn't fight back, and even roared at her and chopped at her. A moment later, Hoopa swallowed the female spirit and turned her into a nightmare spirit. Lu Yi was in a good mood with another fierce general under his command. He had Hoopa release the female spirit. As expected, the female spirit's strength had been greatly suppressed. Like Lu Sanbao, she was only at the 9th order. Her eyes no longer had their original, captivating light. At this moment, she stood there in a daze, holding the pipa in her arms. It was obvious that she was a little dull and stiff, and one could vaguely see her original weakness. This was the drawback of being turned into a nightmare spirit. It could be said that as long as one was turned into a nightmare spirit by Amber, regardless of whether they had sentience before, they would no longer have it. Lu Yi looked at the pipa in her arms. This thing was similar to Lu Sanbao's dice cup. Lu Yi originally thought that it was a spiritual weapon, but later found that it wasn't. Whether it was Lu Sanbao's dice cup or the pipa in front of her, they were more like the manifestation of their original power. They were like themselves, neither illusory nor real. Apart from Yi, there were still 31 nightmare spirits. Among them, there were 2 special nightmare spirits, 15 squad leaders, and 14 nightmare spirits transformed from ordinary Immortal Essence guards. This kind of power was much stronger than before. If Chu Qing had brought people to ambush him, he would not have been able to escape with such a group of nightmare spirits. I forgot to ask the name of the female nightmare spirit. Forget it. I'll just call her Loot Woman, Lu Yi thought. He continued to explore. 2 hours later, Lu Yi stood in front of a courtyard with high walls. He looked at the lantern hanging at the door and pushed the door open. To have such a courtyard in such a big city, it could be seen that the original owner had a high status in Immortal Essence City. After entering, he could faintly see traces of small bridges and flowing water. Lu Ye's gaze was immediately attracted by a red color somewhere in the courtyard. On a swing over there, a graceful figure had her back facing him. Lu Yi was immediately elated. He felt that his luck was off the charts. Previously, he couldn't find special soul bodies like Lu Sanbao and the Loot Woman. In just a short while, he actually encountered 2. It seemed that the special soul bodies in Immortal Essence City weren't as rare as he thought. The reason he didn't encounter them before was either because he was unlucky or because they were killed by the cultivators who came in. The swing swayed gently. The red dress of the woman, sitting on the swing, dragged on the ground. Lu Yi was about to ask Amber to release the nightmare spirits to communicate with the other party when his body suddenly stiffened. He rubbed his eyes and carefully sized up the woman in the red dress. After confirming that he didn't see wrongly, he quickly raised his hand and pinched Amber's mouth. Hoopa seemed to want yawn. Then he moved back a little bit, trying not to make any noise. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the door behind him suddenly closed with a sound. Lu Yeha slammed his body into the door, but the result was a solid hit. The decaying door looked like it would shatter with a single touch, but it stopped him. Lu Ye's spirit force surged, and fiery red spirit force flowed out from his back. He flapped his wings and was about to soar into the sky. He was about to jump over the wall, but his body seemed to be fixed in place. He couldn't move at all. An invisible force had imprisoned him. Even his spirit force had stagnated, and the wings on his back had disappeared. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Lu Yi stared at the woman in the red dress and felt a great crisis enveloping him. He suddenly understood the feelings of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who were killed by him. The ups and downs of life were just too exciting. When he saw the spirit force around the woman in the red dress, Lu Yi felt that something was wrong because he couldn't see the spirit force around her body. He had only encountered this situation with 3 people. One was senior apprentice Sister Shui Yin. The second was Sect Master. The third was Madam Yin. Of these 3 people, one was in the true lake stage, and the other 2 were in the spiritual sea stage. Because the difference in strength was too great, Lu Yi couldn't see through their spirit force. This was also the reason why Lu Yi wanted to retreat immediately. This woman in the red dress was an existence that he couldn't provoke, even if he had a nightmare spirit. Of course, the lack of spirit force could also be because she didn't have any power. Those mortals who didn't cultivate didn't have any spirit force. But in this immortal essence city, how could a spirit body not have any power? Taking a step back, if she didn't have any power, it would be useless for Lu Yi to turn her into a nightmare spirit. But if she did have power, then things would be terrifying. When he wanted to retreat, it was too late. The door was sealed and the spirit force was restricted. Lu Yi didn't even see any signs of her making a move. From the beginning to the end, the woman in the red dress sat quietly on the swing, swaying gently. The Tianji Business Alliance's information wasn't that reliable. At the very least, Lu Yi didn't see any mention of such a terrifying existence in Immortal Essence City. Damn it, refund my money. A faint singing voice suddenly sounded. Although the voice was soft, it was as if it was singing in his ears, directly hitting his heart. Lu Ye's nervous expression calmed down because he knew that in the face of such a terrifying existence, any resistance was meaningless. Every spirit body in Immortal Essence City had their own obsessions and preferences when they were alive. Lu Sanbao wanted to gamble, the people woman wanted to recite poetry, and the woman in the red dress in front of him suddenly sang a ballad. Lu Yi secretly speculated. Could it be that the woman in the red dress wanted to listen to her sing? Or maybe he wanted to sing a duet with her, and if he sang well, she would let him go? The other party didn't immediately attack him, but just imprisoned him here. This meant that there was still a chance for him to survive. Next, it would depend on how he dealt with it. Lu Yi calmed his mind and listened carefully. If he turned back and was asked what he had just sung, he wouldn't be able to answer. Then he would die in vain. He couldn't hear anything from it. He could only feel the bitterness and sadness of the ballad's melody. As for what was sung in the ballad, Lu Yi couldn't hear a single word clearly. Unknowingly, Lu Yi had been enveloped by great sadness. The faint song seemed to be telling a story of parting. Once the lover left, he didn't return for 1,000 years, leaving the infatuated lover alone. After an unknown period of time, the song that struck the depths of his heart suddenly disappeared. Lu Yi was still immersed in the sad atmosphere. Even if he knew that he had been affected by the woman in the red dress song, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the atmosphere for a while. The swaying swing stopped, and a faint voice sounded. "Have you seen Tang Yuan?" "Miss, do you want to eat Tang Yuan?" Lu Yi sniffed, thinking that this was a bit difficult. He had a lot of food in his storage bag, but most of it was dried meat. He didn't have Tang Yuan at all. The woman in the red dress had her back to him, shook her head and said, "Tang Yuan is a cat." "I haven't seen it." After a moment of silence, the woman in the red dress said, "Can you help me find Tang Yuan? It's very dangerous outside. I'm a little worried about it." "Okay, thank you very much." "You're welcome." Boom! The tightly shut door suddenly opened. Lu Yi jumped back decisively and quickly walked out of the courtyard. Boom! The door closed again, and a faint singing sound came from inside. With the support of the wind travel spirit tattoo, Lu Yi ran until he was 2 streets away. Only then did he stop and gasp for breath. Yi floated out of Hu Po's body with tears in her eyes. Obviously, she was also affected by the song just now. "Lu Yi, are we going to look for that cat?" "Look for?" Lu Yi originally wanted to say, "Look for my ass," but before he could finish his words, his heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition that since he had promised the woman in the red dress, if he secretly went against her, he would definitely suffer. He quickly changed his words. "It's very easy to find a cat." The sudden premonition disappeared without a trace. This made him secretly shocked. Only then did he understand why the woman in the red dress let him go so easily. His head hurt a little. Where could he find a cat in such a big immortal essence city? Moreover, it was hard to say whether there was a cat or not. If there was no cat in this city at all, this would be an unsolvable situation. No, he just had to look for it. As for whether he could find it or not, this was not something he could control. Understanding this, Lu Ye's heart suddenly became clear. The situation was not as bad as he had imagined. Speaking of which, this immortal essence city was really strange. No wonder the cultivators who entered these places were full of complaints. Not only were there dangers everywhere, but they also had to deal with all kinds of strange requests from those special spirit bodies. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. It was not until then that Lu Yi noticed the aftermath of a fight nearby. Judging from the movement over there were quite a few people. After asking Yi to hide, Lu Yi activated the breath, concealing spirit tattoo, restrained his aura, and quietly approached. Chapter 270. After a short while, on the roof of a building, Lu Yi carefully poked his head out and looked down. The place below looked like a square, with several corpses lying on the ground. There were many cultivators gathered around, at least 30 of them, to be able to gather such a large team. The 3 forces that entered here must be the main force. From the information obtained from the cultivators of Grand Heaven Alliance, the people of Grand Heaven Alliance weren't gathered here. In that case, these people were most likely from Myriad Demon Ridge. Sure enough, Lu Yi saw the figure of the woman named Ruo Yan in the crowd. Chu Qing wasn't here, and he didn't know where she was. Lu Yi also knew the person being besieged. It was Giant Armor, who had separated from him not long ago. At this moment, Giant Armor was curled up on the ground. As the streaks of light from spells and imperial artifacts landed, spiritual light flashed wildly on his back. His tattered linen clothes had long been torn to shreds, revealing his muscular back. There were streaks of blood on his back. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Giant Armor's terrifying physique in the short exchange with it earlier. His slash, which was enhanced with a sharp blade, only left a white mark on the other party's chest. The strength of Giant Armor's physique was beyond imagination. Lu Yi didn't know how a 9th Order cultivator could cultivate such a powerful physique. At this moment, Lu Yi realized how terrifying Giant Armor was. So many attacks landed on him, but he didn't die. In such a situation, any 9th Order body cultivator would not have been able to withstand it, but Giant Armor had. Of course, This was also related to the fact that not everyone from Myriad Demon Ridge attacked. But even if not all of them attacked, there were still 7 or 8 people besieging Giant Armor. Giant Armor didn't dodge the attacks. He just took them head-on. Looking at his curled-up posture, it seemed like he was protecting something. Lu Yi looked over and saw the figure under him. It was the spell cultivator with the mustache. Giant Armor's wide body covered the spell cultivator with the mustache, withstanding the attacks and not letting them hurt him. But looking at the blood flowing under Giant Armor, the spell cultivator with the mustache seemed to be dead. In other words, he was most likely protecting the corpse of the spell cultivator with the mustache. Lu Yi didn't know how they were besieged and ended up like this. Ruo Yen suddenly said, "Giant Armor, join Windflower Courtyard, and you won't die today." The group, led by Ruo Yen, was specifically looking for Giant Armor. Before entering the boundless Mirage Realm, Chu Qing had drawn up 2 missions. One was to kill Lu Yi, and the other was to kill Giant Armor. Killing Lu Yi was naturally to avenge Chu Xue. As for killing Giant Armor, that bastard was famous and had an extremely strong physique. If he did not think of a way to kill him, it would be difficult to deal with him if he was recruited by the Hidden God Palace. Not only were the people from the Windflower Yard looking for Giant Armor, but also the people from the Saint Sunlight Mountain. They would definitely join hands to deal with the Hidden God Palace in the future, so they had to get rid of some threatening, superior cultivators in advance. The Giant Armor was the biggest target. On Ruo Yan's side, she discovered traces of the Giant Armor and the small, bearded Dharma cultivator. After a fierce battle, the small, bearded Dharma cultivator fell first, while the Giant Armor did not die immediately. Although she had heard of Giant Armor's prowess, Ruo Yan couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Giant Armor's strong physique with her own eyes. She thought that Qiao Yin was one of the top body cultivators of the same level, but now it seemed that she was far from Giant Armor. This made Ruo Yan want to recruit him. There weren't many body cultivators in Windflower Courtyard. Their strongest, Qiao Yin, was dead. If they could recruit Giant Armor, it would be a great achievement. She sent a message to Chu Qing and got her approval. At this moment, Chu Qing was on the way with another group of people. They would meet up here soon. Windflower Courtyard's attitude towards Giant Armor was very clear. It would be best if they could recruit him. But if they couldn't, they would kill him. If they couldn't get him, they would destroy him. Giant Armor, don't be stubborn. You know how Sima Yang treats you. Once you join Windflower Courtyard, no one will treat you badly. Sima Yang was the mustached spell cultivator's name. Was there no one who wanted to recruit such a talented body cultivator like Giant Armor? Of course there were. It could be said that ever since Zhu Jia revealed his talent in this aspect, there had been countless sects and organizations in the vicinity trying to rope him in as a disciple. A body cultivator like him was equivalent to 10 others. But how could Sima Yang, who was traveling with him, agree? The 2 of them hadn't even attached themselves to any sect because, if they chose to, they would have to listen to other people's orders. This was something Sima Yang couldn't accept. It was rumored that Giant Armor didn't have a single life. This rumor sounded unbelievable, but it was true. Every time they fought, Giant Armor would charge at the front while Sima Yang would coordinate with him from behind. After crippling the enemy, Sima Yang would step forward and harvest their lives, gaining merit points and various benefits. Sima Yang had discovered a problem a long time ago. Giant Armor's cultivation speed far exceeded his. If he didn't use this method, Giant Armor's cultivation would leave him far behind. At that time, he wouldn't be able to move together with Giant Armor. If Giant Armor didn't kill people, he wouldn't have any merit points. Without merit points, he wouldn't be able to exchange for a heaven-grade secret art. His cultivation would be stuck at the ordinary 9th order. Meanwhile, Sima Yang could slowly catch up with his cultivation. At the same time, he would accumulate enough merit points to exchange for a good heaven-grade secret art. As long as the 2 of them could walk out of the infinite mirage realm this time, Sima Yong would be able to obtain his own heaven-grade secret art. In the future, he would think of a way to get giant armor, a heaven-grade secret art. The two of them would still be good partners, good brothers, fighting together in the Spirit Stream battlefield. This kind of thing wasn't a secret in the hearts of the nearby cultivators. Some people had secretly told Giant Armor this before, but Giant Armor had never cared because he had followed Sima Yong since he was still very weak. This was also the reason why Sima Yong wanted to rope in others to cooperate, but no one was willing. With such a bad reputation, who would be willing to cooperate with such a person? They would be sold out when the time came. In the end, selfishness and greed buried hidden dangers. Sima Yong probably didn't expect that the Infinite Mirage Realm would be connected to a dangerous place like the Immortal Origin City. Moreover, Windflower Manor and Sunlight Mountain actually wanted to get rid of him and Giant Armor first. Under normal circumstances, these two forces would first target Divine Hidden Palace. Once the two sides fought, he could take Giant Armor to the side and look for an opportunity to gain benefits. He was the best at this. After their whereabouts were exposed, how could they have a good ending? When Lu Yi was besieged, if it weren't for the fact that he had enough nightmare spirits, he might have died on the spot. With a lineup of 30 to 40 people besieging Sima Yong and Giant Armor, a few people from Windflower Manor had died. It wasn't because Sima Yong was strong, but because Giant Armor was strong enough. When Lu Yi first saw Giant Armor, he found that his spirit light was as clear as his own. That was because Giant Armor's cultivation had been stuck at the 9th Order for 2 or 3 years. In these 2 or 3 years, he hadn't taken a single spirit pill, so the spirit energy in his body was naturally clear and pure. On the other side, Ruo Yan's persuasion was useless, and she had already lost her patience. She raised her hand slightly and was about to order Giant Armor to be killed here. There was no need to keep an enemy that she couldn't win over. But her raised hand suddenly paused and Ruo Yan's eyes looked in a certain direction. There, a familiar figure was standing on the roof, looking down at them. Ruo Yan's eyes shrank and a strong hatred burst out. "You really didn't die." When Xiao Yun died, she and Chu Qing guessed that Lu Yi wouldn't have a good end, but when the fog dissipated and the two of them went to collect Xiao Yun's body, they didn't find Lu Ye's body. At that time, Chu Qing thought that Lu Yi might not be dead. The two of them each led a team and split up. One was to search for Giant Armor, and the other was to search for traces of Lu Yi. They had to be ruthless. Now that Giant Armor was at the end of his rope, Lu Yi actually jumped out and stood there brazenly to provoke her. Ruo Yan was so angry that she laughed. Last time, it was because of the immortal Yuan Guardians that the Windflower Courtyard's ambush failed. This time, there wouldn't be any immortal Yuan Guardians coming to mess things up, right? Just as she was thinking about this, the sound of crying suddenly came from not far away. At the same time, one immortal essence guard after another appeared from all directions. Spirit binding chains were shot out from these immortal essence guards and shrouded their heads. The People Woman's crying was a very special sound attack. If Hoopa hadn't suppressed her before, Lu Yi and the group of nightmare spirits wouldn't have been able to do anything to her. After transforming into a nightmare spirit, the People Woman's cultivation had fallen and was now only at the 9th Order, so the power of her cries had been greatly reduced. However, when this strange sound attack rang out, it still caused many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators to feel dizzy and dazed. The pipa was lightly played and a tinkling sound rang out. Accompanied by the crying, the scene suddenly became gloomy. Many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators felt a little dizzy and lightheaded, as if they were drunk. The spirit binding chains had already shrouded them and captured many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators on the spot. A single spirit binding chain might not have much binding power, but if 2 or 3 were added together, it wouldn't be so easy to break free. Beside the People Woman, Lu Sanbao shot out 3 streams of light, cooperating with the immortal Yuan Guardians to kill the enemies. Not only that, 2 Imperial Artifact lights also shot out from Lu Ye's side. These 2 Imperial Artifact lights intertwined like a spinning top, bringing about a rain of blood wherever they passed. There was also Yi spell. In an instant, 7 or 8 myriad Demon Ridge cultivators died, and more than a dozen were bound by the spirit binding chains. Guard your mind. Ruo Yan's eyes were bloodshot. The spirit energy around her surged as she broke free from the spirit binding chains that bound her. She raised her hand and pointed. An imperial artifact flew out and attacked the nearest immortal Yuan Guardian captain. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who reacted hurriedly used their own methods. Screams rose and fell one after another as several more people were killed. The two sides fought fiercely. No one noticed that Hoopa had jumped down from Lu Ye's shoulder and rushed to the front of the crouching giant armor with light steps. Chapter 271. Lu Yi diverted some of his attention to pay attention to Hoopa's movements. He wasn't the one who instructed Hoopa to go find giant armor. It was Hoopa's own action. He didn't know what Hoopa was going to do. Hoopa came to giant armor's side, nudged him with his head, and whimpered a few times. Giant armor, who had been maintaining the same posture all this time, moved slightly and then slowly stood up. The crisscrossing bloody scars on his back was a shocking sight. A violent blood chi that was about to boil spread out from giant armor's body, mixed with his thick and solid earth-yellow spirit energy. Giant armor's eyes glowed with a dark red light, and his broad and burly body gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression at this moment. He suddenly lowered his body and lowered his head slightly, his loose hair covering his face. He aimed at the Wind Flower Courtyard cultivators and assumed a charging posture. At this moment, all the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, as if a ferocious beast had just broken out of its cage and was staring at them. Kong. A shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted from giant armor's feet as he brazenly charged forward. The dark red blood, chi, and earth-yellow spirit energy mixed together, enveloping him in a halo visible to the naked eye. His speed wasn't too fast, but his indomitable attitude made it seem as if he could smash through a mountain even if it was in front of him. Stop him! The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were in chaos. The immortal Yuan defenders were attacking them. The special spirit was attacking them. Lu Yi and Yi were also attacking them. And now giant armor was charging towards them. The side that originally had the absolute advantage was now being beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back. They wanted to cry. The power of imperial artifacts and techniques blasted towards giant armor, but they couldn't stop him at all. They were all blocked by the halo of blood, chi, and spirit energy on the surface of his body. No one had ever seen giant armor in such a posture, not even Sima Yong, who was lying on the ground. Like a huge mountain toppling over, the giant armor crashed into the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator's front line in a violent manner. The one at the front should be a physique cultivator, as could be seen from the rich blood chi. Moreover, this physique cultivator was also a ninth order cultivator. The moment the two sides collided, the ninth order body cultivator's eyes bulged as he was sent flying like a ragged sack, the sound of bones breaking resounding from his body. Both of them were ninth order body cultivators, but the difference between him and giant armor was like the difference between heaven and earth. Fortunately, with his slight interference, the giant armor's speed slowed down a little. More attacks rained down on him, causing the halo on the surface of his body to dim. Although giant armor was simple-minded, it was not stupid. It knew that it could not withstand more attacks, so it raised its hand and grabbed forward. The body cultivator who had been sent flying opened his eyes wide again. He felt someone grab his ankle, and then he was lifted up. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched as he stood on the roof and chewed on a spirit pill. After roaming the spirit stream battlefield for so long, he had experienced many battles, both big and small. He was no longer the young man who knew nothing about the cultivation world, but he had never seen someone like giant armor. Yang Kai grabbed the ninth order body cultivator and swung him around like a weapon. No myriad demon ridge cultivator dared to approach within a 3-meter radius of Yonkai. It could only be said that when an honest man got angry, he was truly terrifying. After swinging him around for a while, Giant Armor suddenly felt his hand lighten. Looking down, he saw that there was only a leg left in his hand. The 9th Order body cultivator he had grabbed had long been smashed to pieces. Smashing the leg to the ground, Giant Armor roared like an injured beast and charged towards the nearest enemy. Giant Armor, who had not killed a single person since he started cultivating, was going to start a massacre today. In just a short moment, the myriad demon ridge side suffered heavy casualties. Less than half of the 30 people who had besieged Giant Armor were left. Even so, many of them were bound by the spirit binding chains and were killed one after another. The Imperial artifact flew back. The spirit energy stored in it had been exhausted and needed to be replenished before it could be used again. Lu Yi put it into his storage bag and stared at Ruo Yen below, slowly pulling out the mountain coiling saber. Just as he was about to charge down, he looked up and saw a large number of cultivators rushing towards them from the end of the street. Leading them was a tall woman with a slim waist. Who else could it be but Chu Qing? There were at least 40 cultivators following behind Chu Qing. Get ready to retreat. Lu Yi instructed Yi. If it was only Ruo Yen and her group of defeated soldiers, Lu Yi could still kill them all. However, Chu Qing had brought a group of people over, so they could not stay for long. The nightmare spirits had suffered heavy losses. The nightmare spirits, transformed from ordinary immortal essence guards, were almost completely wiped out, and there were even a few captains left. The myriad demon ridge cultivators were not people who would just take a beating and not fight back. With their current strength, they were not enough to contend with the enemy. They needed to replenish a wave of nightmare spirits before making plans. He glanced at Giant Armor, who was still charging at the enemy, and jumped down. With the support of wind travel, he quickly charged into the battle circle. His long saber slashed down, and a myriad demon ridge cultivator was caught off guard and fell to the ground. A violent force attacked from the side. Lu Yi raised his mountain coiling saber to block it, but the saber emitted a clanging sound. His entire body was sent flying by the force. When he landed, Lu Ye's saber-wielding arm was numb. That attack just now was from Giant Armor. His eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and he could not differentiate between friend and foe. However, after seeing Lu Yi, Giant Armor's blood-red eyes moved slightly. There are a lot of people coming. If you want revenge, come with me. Lu Yi finished speaking and ran away. Giant Armor ignored him and continued to charge at the nearby myriad demon ridge cultivators. Roar! At that moment, Hoopa roared at him, then turned to catch up with Lu Yi and jumped onto his shoulder. The nightmare spirits quickly retreated, leaving behind a mess and corpses. They had not run far when a rumbling sound came from behind. Lu Yi looked back and saw that Giant Armor was chasing after them. He had asked Giant Armor to follow him, but Giant Armor did not respond. However, when Hoopa roared at him, Giant Armor actually followed him obediently. Of course, this had to do with Giant Armor seeing Chu Qing bring a group of people over. He was naive, but he was not stupid. He knew that no matter how strong his body was, he would only be waiting for death if he continued to stay. Moments after the two of them retreated, Chu Qing led a group of cultivators to the battlefield. Looking around, Chu Qing's pupils shrank. What's going on? She had received Ruo Yan's message and came to meet up with her, because Ruo Yan had already found traces of Giant Armor and had already trapped it. However, when she arrived, she realized that her side had suffered heavy casualties. Of the 30 people who had followed Ruo Yan, only a little more than 10 were left. The rest were all corpses. Looking at the traces left behind on the battlefield, this battle was extremely tragic. The ground was full of broken pieces of corpses, and there were also large patches of blood splattered everywhere. It was as if someone had been lifted up and smashed heavily on the ground. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had happened here. Ruoyan's face was full of fear, and her body was trembling. She had to admit that the scene of giant armor going berserk just now had really frightened her. However, giant armor's madness was not the main point. No matter how strong giant armor was, he was alone. The main point was that Lu Ye and the many Immortal Essence defenders. Without Lu Ye and the Immortal Essence defenders stirring up trouble, giant armor would be dead by now. Senior Sister Qing, that Lu Ye is not dead. Moreover, he seems to be able to command the Immortal Essence defenders to kill the enemy. Chu Qing frowned and glanced at her. She suspected that her junior sister was scared out of her wits. Commanding the Immortal Essence defenders to kill the enemy, this kind of thing did not seem reliable. It's true. Ruoyan hurriedly explained and briefly explained what had happened just now. She had also gradually realized this because the Immortal Essence defenders that appeared just now were very strange. Just like last time, they only focused on killing the people of Myriad Devil Ridge and completely ignored Lu Ye. After Lu Ye retreated, the Immortal Essence defenders also retreated. Chu Qing also felt that things were not simple. Thinking back to the time when they ambushed Lu Ye and were disrupted by the Immortal Essence defenders, if Lu Ye could really command the Immortal Essence defenders, then all the doubts were explained. Last time, it was not the Immortal Essence defenders that came out to disrupt the situation, but the ambush set by Lu Ye. Therefore, during the battle, those Immortal Essence defenders only focused on killing the people of Windflower Court. However, was there really such a method? If so, then wouldn't Lu Ye be able to command the Immortal Essence defenders that will in this Immortal Essence city? No, if he really had such ability, he would not have run away just now. Quickly chase after him. Chu Qing realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately made a decision. Since Lu Ye had run away, it meant that even if he could command the Immortal Essence defenders to kill the enemy, his subordinates did not have the strength to fight against them. Giant armor was also seriously injured. If they did not chase after him now, when would they? They had to take this opportunity to get rid of Lu Ye and giant armor. Only then would Windflower Court be free to join forces with Mount Sunlight to besiege the people of Shenin Palace. It had to be said that Chu Qing was quite capable to be able to sit in the position of vice protector of a place. Even if she did not know how Lu Ye commanded the Immortal Essence defenders, she could infer Lu Ye's current situation. A group of people hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. Under the lead of Chu Qing and Ruoyan, they quickly chased after him. Halfway through, Chu Qing sent out a message to gather the people of Windflower Court. Soon, the scattered cultivators gathered in this position. The traces of the enemy's escape were very obvious. There were many huge bloody footprints on the ground left behind by giant armor. Following these footprints, they did not have to worry about losing track of the enemy. At this moment, Lu Ye had already run a few streets away. Giant armor also followed him. This big guy's condition was not very good. His breath was a little weak, and his whole body was covered in wounds. His whole body was dyed red with blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was the enemy's. No matter how strong his physique was, it was impossible for him to come out unscathed in the face of such a siege. Not only was he injured, but giant armor was also shrouded in a sorrowful mood. It seemed that Sima Yang's death was a big blow to him. Lu Ye did not know what kind of relationship he had with Sima Yang, but he did not have a good impression of that small, bearded Dharma cultivator. Moreover, they did not have any friendship. So what if he died? Chapter 272. The reason why he had gone to inform Giant Armor before retreating was because he didn't want to watch Giant Armor get surrounded and killed by the people from the Windflower Courtyard. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Unlike Sima Yang, Lu Yi had a pretty good impression of the Giant Armor. The dead can't come back to life. I have a grudge with those people, so we can work together, Lu Yi comforted. Giant Armor lowered his head and didn't respond. It was unknown whether he had heard Lu Yi or not. Lu Yi only caught his breath for a moment when he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual power nearby. Lu Yi looked up and saw a cultivator from the myriad Devil Ridge looking in his direction. Their eyes met, and that person shouted, "Lu Yi is over here!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fire dragon technique shot toward that person. The scorching heat caused the surrounding air to distort. That person's expression changed, and he dodged. However, Lu Ye's fire dragon technique changed direction and slammed into that person's body. With a miserable scream, that person was blasted down. "Let's go!" Lu Yi dashed forward, and giant armor followed closely behind. Not far behind them, spiritual power fluctuations rose and fell. It was obvious that the people from the myriad Devil Ridge were chasing after them. As they fled, they couldn't shake off the people behind them. Moreover, judging from the movements behind them, there were more and more enemies chasing after them. If Lu Yi was alone, he could naturally shake off the pursuers behind him. With the support of wind travel, it was simply a dream for these people to catch up to him. However, there was still giant armor. Although giant armor's speed wasn't slow, it definitely wasn't fast. Moreover, giant armor's injuries weren't light. It would be best to find a place for him to recover. However, with so many pursuers chasing after them, where would be safe if they couldn't shake them off? After thinking about it, it seemed that there was only one place they could go. A moment later, Lu Yi led giant armor around several streets and rushed to a courtyard. The two of them had just arrived when the Wanma Ridge cultivators who were chasing them from behind had already revealed themselves. Chu Qing and Ruoyan's figures were among them. They were running at an extremely fast speed. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Then they saw Lu Yi tidy his clothes, gently push open the courtyard's door and step inside. "Surround them!" Chu Qing shouted. In this short period of time, she had gathered 70 to 80 people under her command. These were practically the only remaining cultivators from the Windflower School. There were also some loose cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge, but there weren't many of them. With so many people, even if Lu Yi could really control the Immortal Essence defenders, they still had the strength to fight. Moreover, she didn't see any traces of the Immortal Essence defenders just now. Whoosh! 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 A group of cultivators leaped onto the high wall, surrounding the entire courtyard tightly. Chu Qing and Ruoyan led 20 people in from the main entrance, their killing intent soaring. As far as the eye could see, there was a swing in the middle of the courtyard. A woman in a red dress was sitting on the swing with her back facing them. The previously arrogant Lu Yi was now standing respectfully not far from the woman in the red dress. He seemed to be saying something to the woman. The Windflower courtyard naturally knew that there were special spirit bodies in the Immortal Essence City. They had encountered a few before, but they were all killed by them. The main reason was that these special spirit bodies would often make some extremely strange requests, and these requests were difficult for them to satisfy. If they couldn't satisfy them, they couldn't escape and could only take action. Therefore, when she saw the woman in the red dress, Chu Qing knew that the other party was a special spirit body. She glanced at her and didn't care at first, but she soon realized that something was wrong because she couldn't see the other party's spiritual aura. Ruoyan, who was standing beside her, wasn't so observant. Her eyes were spitting fire as she gritted her teeth and shouted at Lu Yi, "Lu Yi, your death is here!" On the other side, Lu Yi was talking to the woman in the red dress in a low voice. He raised his hand and pointed at Ruoyan and the others. "It's them. They've been chasing me and won't let me find Tang Yuan." The gently swaying swing came to a stop. Lu Yi's hair stood on end at this moment. Giant armor let out a low growl from its throat and pulled Lu Yi behind it, shielding him behind it. Looking at the broad back in front of him, Lu Yi was somewhat stunned. "Retreat!" Chu Qing also sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. Asterisk boom, asterisk the courtyard door closed. At the same time, screams rang out. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who were on the wall fell down, one by one like dumplings. Falling from a height of a few feet wouldn't kill them, but it was very embarrassing. In the small courtyard, dozens of people were squeezed in. Chuching's expression was so serious that it was about to drip water because she experienced what Lu Ye had felt before. His spiritual power was imprisoned in his body, and he couldn't move. What made her feel even more desperate was that Lu Ye seemed to be in cahoots with this strange woman in the red dress. Looking up, she saw Lu Ye looking in her direction. Their eyes met, and the other party's expression was clearly somewhat smug. He even winked at her. Chuching's mood became even worse. Since cultivating until now, she had encountered many dangerous situations, but she had never felt more despair than this. When the strange changes occurred in the small courtyard, she knew that this time she had provoked a powerful existence that she couldn't afford to provoke. The strength of the woman in the red dress was unimaginably deep. She was definitely not someone that they, who were only in the spirit stream realm, could contend against. Was it because of her that Lu Ye could control the immortal essence guards? No wonder this guy would escape here. It had to be said that Chuching's thoughts were off. Lu Yi being able to control the immortal essence guards had nothing to do with the woman in the red dress. He came here only because he had nowhere to hide with the giant armor. He couldn't bear to throw the giant armor away. The development of the current situation undoubtedly made him very satisfied. If the woman in the red dress could kill these dozens of people from the myriad Devil Ridge in a rage, that would be even better. "Have you seen Tang Yuan?" the woman in the red dress asked. The smug expression on Lu Ye's face disappeared and he frowned. Things seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. Chuching also frowned. The massacre that she had imagined did not come. This allowed her to see a glimmer of hope. Thinking back to the various oddities of the special spirit bodies that she had encountered before, and what Lu Yi had said before, this fellow had also mentioned glutinous rice balls. Chuching carefully replied, "No. Can you help me find Tang Yuan?" The woman in the red dress asked again. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, knowing that his plan had failed. He had originally wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, but now it seemed that this woman in the red dress wasn't very helpful. In other words, killing wasn't what she had hoped for. She was only thinking about the cat called Tang Yuan. Naturally, the more people looking for the cat, the better. "Sure," Chuching replied. Then she felt the spiritual power in her body flowing again, and the omnipresent pressure around her disappeared. She gasped heavily, knowing that she was temporarily out of danger. After a moment of silence, Chuching whispered a few words into Ruoyan's ear. Ruoyan immediately led most of the people out of the small courtyard and surrounded the outside. Once Lu Yi came out, he would be caught off guard. Chuching stayed behind with a few people to keep an eye on Lu Ye's movements. Lu Yi naturally saw through her plan, but he didn't have a good way to solve this situation. With his strength, he had a chance to get rid of Chuching and the others here. But judging from the woman in the red dress attitude just now, it was obviously not rational to fight in this small courtyard. No one knew what the consequences would be if they really fought here. Perhaps he could test the woman in the red dress attitude a little? Just as he was thinking this, Chuching actually walked directly towards him. Lu Ye's hand that was holding the hilt gently loosened and gripped it again, the killing intent in his heart gradually rising. If the other party dared to come within 5 feet of him, he was confident that he could take her life with 3 slashes. However, just as Lu Ye's killing intent rose, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. Needless to say, the source of this feeling was definitely the woman in the red dress. The stronger his killing intent, the more intense the prickling sensation. In the end, it really felt like thousands of needles were stabbing him. Chuching's steps also became difficult, sweat gradually forming on her forehead, and she slowly came to a stop. She also thought of the same thing as Lu Yi, testing the woman in the red dress attitude. The next moment, Lu Yi released his hand from the hilt and withdrew the killing intent in his heart. Suddenly his body felt light. Then, under Chu Qing's horrified gaze, he quickly approached her. "What are you doing?" Chu Qing couldn't help but retreat, like a weak little girl who had encountered a bully. She retreated until she was far away from the door, with nowhere to go. Lu Yi expressionlessly raised his hand and patted her head. He used all his strength to ruffle her hair, messing it up. "You have to find glutinous rice balls. Glutinous rice balls are very important. If you can't find them, you won't have dinner tonight." Several myriad demons ridge. Cultivators stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Their expressions were extremely strange. When Lu Yi approached Chu Qing, they also wanted to stop him, but every time they wanted to do something, there was a great danger shrouding them, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Yi turned and left, leaving Chu Qing, whose hair was like a chicken's nest, standing there with a dull look in her eyes. She hadn't been attacked by Lu Yi, so she didn't suffer any injuries. However, the scene just now was even more unbearable than if she had been killed. The enemy who killed her sister was right in front of her. Not only was she unable to take revenge, but she was even taught a lesson by her enemy. Glutinous rice balls. What the hell was glutinous rice balls? She suppressed the anger and surging killing intent in her heart and took a few deep breaths. Only then did she feel alive again. On the other side, Lu Yi walked to the center of the small courtyard, where Zhu Jia was sitting, cross-legged. He had just left the woman in the red dress side. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick, but he didn't feel safe staying with the woman in the red dress. At this moment, he was staring at Chu Qing with bloodshot eyes. He only stared at her without the slightest killing intent. Lu Yi didn't tell him about the mysteries of this small courtyard, but in reality he understood it much earlier than Lu Yi did. Someone as pure as him, who had a penetrating heart, often had an intuition as sharp as a wild beast's. Perhaps he didn't understand the mysteries within, but he knew what to do to benefit himself. Lu Yi took out a few spirit pills and threw them into his mouth. Then he sat down on a piece of rock beside Zhu Jia and took out 2 bottles of spirit pills for him. One bottle was spirit accumulation pills, and the other was healing pills. Zhu Jia didn't have a storage bag on him. Lu Yi had noticed this when he first met him. Without a storage bag, he naturally couldn't take any spirit pills. He didn't refuse Lu Ye's kindness. He reached out to take the bottles and open them. Regardless of how many spirit pills were inside, he raised his head and swallowed them all. He opened the second bottle and swallowed them all. Chapter 273. Lu Yi had never seen anyone consume pills like this. Although he had the innate skill tree that could burn away the pill toxins, he did not dare to consume so many pills at once. It could only be said that giant armor was truly gifted. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Chu Qing walking towards him. This woman with a head of messy hair stood not too far away from him. She raised a hand and clenched it into a fist before lightly hitting his chest. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. Chu Qing came to a realization. So that's how it is. She was not an idiot. After being angry for a moment, she vaguely realized the mystery behind this. Simply put, as long as one did not reveal any killing intent in this small courtyard, nothing would happen. When Lu Yi rubbed her head, he did not reveal any killing intent, so the woman in the red dress did not care. However, this made her feel humiliated, so she ran over to Lu Yi to return the favor. She was still not satisfied. She raised her fist and hammered Lu Ye's chest again. This time, she used a bit more strength, causing Lu Ye's chest to thud. Lu Yi turned his head to look at the woman in the red dress. She was swinging back and forth on the swing, looking very carefree. Chu Qing's small fists continued to fall. She gritted her teeth. "I don't believe you can hide here forever. If you dare leave, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." It was impossible for him to not fight back. Lu Yi raised his large hand and patted Chu Qing's head. He rubbed it while retaliating. Chu Shui died at my hands. Chu Qing's expression immediately changed. Her body could not help but tremble. The killing intent that surged out in that instant made her want to throw caution to the wind and make a move. However, the sense of danger in her heart made her recognize reality. She knew that if she really dared to make a move, she would die before she could kill Lu Yi. That woman in the red dress cultivation was ridiculously high, forcefully suppressing the killing intent in her heart. Chu Shui's eyes turned red, but she still smiled. Forcing a smile was exactly what she was like. She continued, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. There's still several dozen people in the Windflower Courtyard. Every single one of them will stab you with a sword or slash you with a blade. When you die, you'll definitely die a miserable death." Qiaoyan died at my hands. Chu Shui's fist that was hammering Lu Ye's chest paused for a moment before increasing the frequency. "If you beg for mercy now, I might consider giving you a quick death. How about it? Do you want to consider it? You will also die by my hands." Lu Yi frowned as he spoke. Although this woman didn't reveal any killing intent, it was still a little painful when she hammered his chest. If she hammered his chest, it wouldn't be good for him to do the same. After all, she was a woman. Killing her wasn't a big deal, but hammering her chest would be acting like a hooligan. At this point, Lu Yi nimbly jumped back. "Giant Shell, play with her." Giant Armor, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly got up and stood in front of Chu Qing under her dumbstruck gaze. The oppressive feeling coming from it made it hard for her to breathe. She looked up and saw Giant Armored, who was more than a head taller than her, standing in front of her. No. Chu Qing looked a little flustered. Giant Armor stretched out its fan-like hand and grabbed Chu Qing's head, rubbing it for a while. Chu Qing raised her hand, but even if she straightened her arm, she still couldn't hit Giant Armor's chest. The scene, which was supposed to be at daggers drawn, suddenly became comical. "Why aren't you looking for Tang Yuan? What are you doing here?" A faint voice came from the side. At some point, the swinging swing had stopped. Lu Yi, who was watching the show, Giant Armor, who was rubbing Chu Qing's head, Chu Qing, who was being ravaged, and even a few Wanma Ridge cultivators who were watching on the side, all stood up straight in front of the woman in the red dress. "Hurry up and go." "Yes." The group of people responded in unison, and then rushed out of the door without hesitation. Chu Qing left with a few Wanma Ridge cultivators, followed by Lu Yi and Giant Armor. The situation suddenly worsened. Lu Yi didn't expect the woman in the red dress to chase them away. This situation was very unfavorable for him and Giant Armor. The Wanma Ridge cultivators were lying in ambush outside. Without the woman in the red dress protection, he and Giant Armor would definitely suffer as long as they left the courtyard. However, the woman in the red dress had already spoken. If they stayed, the situation would only worsen. In this situation, they could only force their way out. He had some confidence in escaping, but Giant Armor would definitely die. "I'll go first." Just as Lu Yi was thinking, a large hand patted him on the shoulder, causing him to pause for a moment. Then, the Giant Armor walked past him and walked out without fear. Lu Yi followed behind while Hoopa crouched on his shoulder. The courtyard door behind them slammed shut. Lu Yi looked around and saw that the dozens of Wanma Ridge cultivators had already surrounded them. Pairs of eyes sized them up, all of them flashing with a murderous glint. Spiritual power began to fluctuate. The Dharma cultivators activated their spells, while the armament cultivators and ghost cultivators controlled their spirit artifacts. Giant Armor bent down, his chi and blood began to boil, and he assumed a charging posture. Lu Yi pulled out the mountain pan saber at his waist. "Kill," Chu Qing ordered. Suddenly, a series of muffled groans sounded. The Dharma cultivators who were preparing their spells all turned pale. Their spiritual power became chaotic, and the spells they were about to cast were all stopped. Not only them, but the armament cultivators and ghost cultivators who controlled their spirit artifacts were the same, causing their spirit artifacts to fall to the ground with clanking sounds. Lu Yi and Giant Armor, who had only taken 2 steps forward, stopped simultaneously. Chu Qing's expression turned ugly, and she hurriedly calmed the chaotic spiritual power in her body. Lu Yi put away his mountain pan saber and also suppressed the chaotic spiritual power in his body. That attack just now had almost scared him to death. In the courtyard, they couldn't kill each other in front of the red-dressed woman. Unexpectedly, they couldn't kill each other outside of the courtyard. Perhaps in the red-dressed woman's eyes, whether it was Lu Yi, Giant Armor, Chu Qing, or the others, they were all helping her find the cat. Since they were looking for the cat, they should do their best to find it. Killing each other wasn't in her interest. Realizing this, Lu Yi relaxed. It seemed that they were safe for the time being. After a long while, he slowly exhaled, and the chaotic spiritual power in his body calmed down. Looking at Chu Qing, who wasn't far away, he gave her a thumbs up and pointed behind her. "There's someone behind me." Then he strode forward with Giant Armor, forcibly squeezing a path out of the encirclement of the Wanma Ridge cultivators. They were insufferably awe-inspiring. Chu Qing's face was full of unwillingness. But so what? Almost everyone had suffered a loss just now. She really didn't dare to continue fighting here. There was no difference between fighting here and fighting in the courtyard. Walking out of the encirclement, Lu Yi immediately ran forward like the wind. Giant Armor wasn't stupid and hurriedly followed. "Chase!" Chu Qing waved her hand and led 70 to 80 Wanma Ridge cultivators in hot pursuit. The situation was back to before, but this time Lu Yi and Giant Armor couldn't return to the courtyard to take refuge. The red-dressed woman was clearly dissatisfied with their dilly-dallying attitude. If they dared to return, they probably wouldn't have a good time. The situation didn't seem to have changed, but in reality, there were some subtle changes. Lu Yi wanted to figure out one thing. If things were really as he guessed, it would be interesting. As they chased, they ran out of several streets. Lu Yi only stopped when they reached a circular plaza. Although Giant Armor didn't know why he stopped running, he also stopped. In just a few breaths, Chu Qing led a group of Wanma Ridge cultivators in hot pursuit. "Surround them," Chu Qing ordered. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators immediately formed an encirclement surrounding Lu Yi and Giant Armor. The reason they didn't attack was because even though they were far away from the small courtyard, the invisible binding that the woman in red had placed on them still hadn't been lifted. Earlier, when she was chasing Lu Yi, she wanted to kill him several times, but every time she felt like she was being stabbed in the back. It was still the same even now. It annoyed her. Her enemy was right in front of her, but she couldn't kill him. It was a torture for her. It seemed that if she wanted to get rid of the restraint, she had to find Tang Yuan. However, she forgot to ask what Tang Yuan was. She was sure it wasn't something that could be eaten. A spiritual body didn't need to eat. In fact, it was easy to solve this problem. Those who had been to the courtyard couldn't kill Lu Yi and Giant Armor, but the others could. So, she just needed to find some people who hadn't been to the courtyard to help. When she was chasing Lu Yi, she had already contacted Mount Sunlight, asking them to send some people to help kill Lu Yi. However, she knew that Mount Sunlight had already started a war with Shenin Palace. Including the rogue cultivators who had joined the two sides, there were about 300 people on both sides. They couldn't send any people to help them. Mount Sunlight even asked her to take people from Fenghua Yard to help them. In fact, Fenghua Yard was going to join Mount Sunlight to fight against Shenin Palace. However, they met Lu Yi on the way and had been tortured until now. How could Chu Qing be willing to give up Lu Yi to help Mount Sunlight? If she left, it would be difficult to find Lu Yi again. So, she had to wait until the fight between Mount Sunlight and Shenin Palace was over. Then, she would ask for help from Mount Sunlight. The two sides had reached an agreement. Mount Sunlight would help them kill Lu Yi and Giant Armor, and then they would join together to wipe out Haotian Alliance. It was no doubt a good situation for both sides. Therefore, Chu Qing and the others only needed to follow Lu Yi and make sure he didn't run away. This guy was like a grasshopper after autumn. He wouldn't be able to jump around for long. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a sudden change occurred. One spirit body after another floated out of the beast pet crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, there were a dozen or so spirit bodies standing around him. Most of them were immortal essence guardians, and 2 of them were even special spirit bodies. Chu Qing was shocked. This guy can really control the immortal essence guards. The sound of sobbing was the first to be heard, accompanied by the tinkling of the pipa. Before the cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge could react to what was happening, they felt dizzy and lost for a moment. Many spirit binding chains were shot out and captured 7 or 8 cultivators. Lu Sanbao's die flew out like a shooting light. Yi Yi's martial art was shot out, and the cultivators started to die. By the time the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge recovered, the cultivators who were bound by the chains had already died. Chapter 274. Lu Yi hadn't been running away all this time. On the way, he had tried to kill Chu Qing, but it turned out that the woman in the red dress had a high cultivation. She hadn't done anything to him, but since they had joined the search for the cat, they were in the same boat. He couldn't do anything to Chu Qing and the others. He couldn't do anything, but Yi could. This might be because Yi was hiding in Hupo's body, or because Yi was a spirit. If Yi could do it, so could the nightmare spirits. So, although it seemed like he and Giant Armor were surrounded, Lu Yi was actually preparing to counterattack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped here. Chu Qing could find others to kill Lu Yi, but Lu Yi didn't need to. He had a group of helpers around him, but they were all hidden in Hupo's body. The previous battle had reduced the number of nightmare spirits, but the remaining ones were all elites. Lu Sanbao and the People Woman, the 2 special nightmare spirits, didn't need to be mentioned. The others were all captains. This move was indeed effective. The Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators who were attacked instinctively began to counterattack. The remaining dozen or so nightmare spirits, even if they were elites, couldn't withstand the torment of so many cultivators. It would probably only take 1 round of siege to destroy all the nightmare spirits, including Yi. Just as the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators attacked, Hupa sucked in the direction of the nightmare spirits. All of them turned into specks of light and were sucked into his stomach. At the same time, Lu Yi leaped high and took the initiative to meet an attack. It was a golden arc slash, and it was cast by a 9th Order cultivator. Its power wasn't weak. He wanted to try something. However, as soon as he jumped up, he realized that what he did was a little unnecessary. That was because Giant Armor suddenly hugged Hupo in its arms, then bent its body and exposed its back. The spells and imperial artifacts that were originally aimed at Hupa and the nightmare spirits were directed at him. No. Chu Qing seemed to have realized something and screamed in horror. Some cultivators who reacted quickly controlled their techniques and imperial artifacts to fly past Giant Armor's body, missing him. Those who reacted slowly didn't have the ability to do so. At least a dozen techniques and imperial artifacts blasted Giant Armor's body, causing his back to clatter. At the same time, the golden crescent slashed at Lu Ye's chest, but it was blocked by a defensive spirit rune. Lu Ye was knocked down. His feet hit the ground, and he slid back several feet before stabilizing himself. He stood up straight, patted his chest, and looked towards the 9th Order cultivator who had attacked. The other party's expression gradually turned fearful. The expressions of the dozen or so cultivators who had attacked the Giant Armor also began to panic. His spirit energy suddenly became chaotic and violent, accompanied by a sizzling sound, as if a balloon had been punctured and deflated. "Senior Sister Qing, save me." The ninth order cultivator being stared at by Lu Yi trembled as he reached out to Chu Qing. Ah! Miserable screams rang out endlessly. The sound of air exploding came from the bodies of the dozen or so people. Lu Ye's expression was solemn. His guess had been confirmed. However, as a fellow cat hunter, the consequences of attacking a fellow cat hunter were more serious than he had expected. Even if he had never heard of the unique sound of a balloon leaking before, he knew what it was. It was the sound of a spirit aperture being broken. Looking at the pained expressions of those people, it was clear that it wasn't just one spirit aperture being broken, but one after another. This was the punishment from the woman in the red dress. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they watched their cultivations slip from the ninth order to the eighth order, then to the seventh order, and then to their deaths. Hu Pa, who was protected in Giant Armor's arms, jumped out. Without needing Lu Ye's order, he opened his mouth and spat out all the Bai spirits. Chu Qing's eyes trembled violently as she shouted, "Run!" Cries rang out again. Although the myriad Demon Ridge side was prepared this time and the effect wasn't as good as before, it still affected them slightly. The spirit binding chains flew out, followed by Lu Sanbao's dice and Yi Yi's spells. The situation took a turn for the worse. The dozens of people who had surrounded Lu Yi and Giant Armor fled for their lives, as if there was a scourge behind them. Chu Qing, who was leading the way, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Because of the woman in the red dress, they couldn't do anything to Lu Yi and Giant Armor, but Lu Yi could command the Immortal Essence Guardians to kill them. The feeling of being beaten without being able to fight back was terrible. If that was all, it wouldn't be so bad. It was just a dozen or so spirits, and the dozens of people from the myriad Demon Ridge could easily destroy them. However, those spirits could be swallowed into the stomach of Lu Ye's pet beast. Even if they only accidentally hurt Lu Yi and Giant Armor, they would still be punished by the woman in the red dress. The consequences were too tragic, and no one was willing to try it. They couldn't fight, and if they stayed, they would still be beaten. The only thing they could do was to run. The dozens of people ran in front, and the Bai spirits chased after them, occasionally casting spirit binding chains. Lu Yi and Giant Armor were further behind, strolling leisurely. Along the way, there were unlucky myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who were bound by the spirit binding chains and killed. The lineup of 70 to 80 people kept dwindling, and in less than half a day, more than half of them were gone. If this situation continued, as long as there was enough time, Chu Qing and the others wouldn't be able to escape death. Giant Armor, who was following beside Lu Yi, was clearly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how the situation had developed to this point, but this was something he was happy to see. Asterisk, ring, ring, ring. Asterisk, suddenly, the crisp sound of a bell rang out from not far away. It was as if a clear stream flowed through their hearts, and their minds became much clearer. Lu Yi looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a small and agile figure sprinting on the roof of a nearby building. It was a white cat with soft and bright fur. There was a small bell around its neck, and the sound of the bell was coming from it. There really was a cat. Previously, when the woman in the red dress told him to find a cat, he thought it was just an obsession in her heart, so he didn't take it to heart. But now it seemed that there really was a white cat called Tang Yuan in the city. It seemed to have been attracted by the commotion here and was running with the crowd on a nearby roof, watching the commotion as it ran. Lu Yi didn't know what he would gain from helping the woman in the red dress bring the cat back, because whether it was Lu Sanbao or the people woman, their obsessions had never been satisfied. However, this was worth a try. Perhaps there would be some unexpected benefits. With this thought in mind, Lu Ye's legs were enhanced by the wind spirit inscriptions. He stepped on the ground and pounced toward the running white cat. As the distance closed, Lu Yi reached out to grab the white cat. However, he missed. The white cat's movements were extremely agile. Just as Lu Yi was about to catch it, its speed suddenly increased a lot, and it dashed forward by a large margin. Lu Yi landed on the roof and chased after the white cat without stopping. The white cat escaped. Its speed didn't seem very fast, but it was actually extremely agile. Every time Lu Yi attacked it, it would be able to dodge by a hair's breadth. This gave Lu Yi the feeling that it was playing with him. Lu Yi frowned and patted his storage bag. 2 imperial artifacts flew out and intertwined as they attacked the white cat. The white cat's body suddenly became much more agile. It jumped and dodged the attacks of the imperial artifacts, one by one. Giant carapace! Lu Yi shouted down. Giant armor leaped up when he heard the call. He had also seen the white cat long ago and had been waiting for an opportunity. When he heard Lu Ye's call, he leaped onto the roof and blocked the white cat's path. He opened his broad chest and looked like he was telling the cat to come over quickly. The white cat rushed toward him. Giant armor stretched out his fan-like hand to grab it, but he didn't manage to catch it. The white cat even stepped on his hand and with a nimble flip, landed on Giant armor's head. Lu Yi and Giant armor froze at the same time as if they had been immobilized by a spell. On Giant armor's head, the white cat meowed and raised its paw to lick it. This made Giant armor's eyes roll up and look at Lu Yi. He opened his 2 large hands and slowly moved them toward the top of his head. Lu Yi shook his head, indicating that he shouldn't act rashly. He then nodded. In the next instant, Giant armor suddenly exerted force and slapped his 2 large hands together. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the sound of air exploding rang out, and visible waves of air swept out in all directions. If this attack had hit its target, the white cat, even if it was a spiritual body, would have died without a corpse remaining. However, the white cat had already landed not too far away, and its eyes revealed an extremely vivid expression of contempt. Giant beetle pounced on it like a mad dog. With a loud crash, a large hole was smashed in the roof, and it fell down. White cat, who had landed at the side, even had the leisure to look down at the situation below. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yi dashed forward and reached out to grab it. However, just as he was about to succeed, the white cat scurried to the side, the contempt in its eyes even more intense. Lu Yi looked up at it and thought for a moment before jumping down from the roof. He was certain that this little thing was playing with him and Giant armor. It was too fast for him to catch it with his strength. After confirming this, Lu Yi didn't want to waste any more time. Right now, it was more important to chase after Chu Qing and the others. Giant armor walked out of the broken room. When it saw Lu Yi, it asked for his opinion. Lu Yi shook his head. While the 2 of them were chasing the white cat, who didn't stay idle, he was leading the nightmare spirits to chase after them. Lu Yi and Giant armor went on their way again. Occasionally, they would see 1 or 2 corpses that were killed by the nightmare spirits. The ringing sound kept coming. It turned out that the white cat had been following them on the roof nearby, provoking them openly. Lu Yi turned a blind eye to it and pretended that he didn't see it. Not long after, a chaotic and violent spiritual energy fluctuation came from the front. It seemed that many people were fighting over there. Yi returned with Hupa. Lu Yi went forward to ask and learned that there were indeed many cultivators fighting over there. Judging by the scale, it should be the Shinin Palace and the Zhaoyang Mountain. Chu Qing and the others who were chased by them had already met up with the people of the Zhaoyang Mountain. Seeing that things were not going well, Yi retreated with Hupa. Chapter 275. It was within his expectation that Chu Qing would go to the Saint Sunlight Mountain. After all, they were the ones being hunted and couldn't fight back. If they wanted to live, they had to do it. However, according to Yi, the Shinin Palace wasn't doing well. They were at a disadvantage in the fight against the Saint Sunlight Mountain. Lu Yi was confused. He had been fighting against the Saint Sunlight Mountain and had killed a lot of them. Normally, the Shinin Palace only needed to deal with the Saint Sunlight Mountain. The 2 sides had almost the same number of people. Why would the Saint Sunlight Mountain have the advantage? When he was in the valley, Jian from the Shinin Palace tried to recruit him, but he refused. At that time, he thought it would be better to be alone than to work with someone he didn't know well and listen to someone else's order. It turned out that he was right. If he worked with the Shinin Palace, he wouldn't have gotten so many kills. The situation was not good for the Shinin Palace. Once the Demon's Mountain defeated the Shinin Palace, the cultivators of the Haotian Alliance in the Immortal Origin City would have no way to survive. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Lu Yi decided to go to the Shinin Palace. It was not the time to fight alone. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia broke into the battle zone where the two forces were fighting. There were over a dozen streets where the cultivators from both sides were fighting. The houses were full of killing intent. Nobody knew if there were any enemies hiding in the houses. If they passed by the houses, some hostile cultivators might come out from the houses and kill them. On a long street, a few cultivators of the Haotian Alliance were fighting and retreating. Blood dyed the ground red. Wherever they went, there were dead bodies of their companions. The cultivators of the Demon's Mountain were more powerful than them. They had sent out a message asking for help. However, they were in a disadvantageous position. Everyone was besieged. Who could come to their rescue? They were tough. Although they knew they were in a bad situation, they didn't want to wait for death. They were waiting for a chance to kill the enemies with them. However, the cultivators of the Demon's Mountain who were chasing after them had been defeated like this before, so they were very cautious. They wouldn't get close to them easily. They only used their weapons and martial arts to exhaust their spiritual power. Apparently, they wanted to exhaust their spiritual power before they killed them. Seeing the enemy's plan, they didn't dare to delay any longer. They looked at each other, and under the command of their leader, they all rushed forward. Streaks of light flickered and blood splattered. 2 people fell as they rushed forward. A breath later, another 2 fell. The last remaining 8th Order weapon cultivator arrived in front of the enemy. The spirit artifact in his hand released a dazzling light as he smashed it towards the nearest Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator. However, before his attack could even land, a spell technique struck his chest and sent him flying. Falling to the ground, the man was already gasping for breath. "You overestimate yourself." The leading cultivator from the Myriad Demon's Ridge snorted coldly. He raised his spirit weapon and was about to step forward and end the life of the cultivator. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped and frowned. "What's that sound?" A rumbling sound quickly approached from the side, and then a big hole was smashed in the house on the side. A tall figure brazenly rushed out of the hole. Looking at this person, the leading Myriad Demon Ridge cultivator exclaimed, "Giant armor!" Obviously, this guy recognized Giant Armor. Giant Armor, who had followed the spirit energy fluctuations to this place, looked left and right. Before he could figure out the situation, he was besieged by the group of Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators. He lowered his head and took a charging stance towards the enemy. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed out. Attacks hit him one after another, causing the halo on his body to flicker. The distance between the 2 sides was quickly shortened. The group of Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators scattered, and the originally tight formation was suddenly broken. One of the cultivators couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Giant Armor until his bones were broken and he was sent flying. Before the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators could regroup, the sound of crying and the sound of a pipa being played suddenly rang out. Then Immortal Yuan guards appeared on the roofs on all sides, and spirit binding chains covered the cultivators' heads. More streams of light from Imperial weapons came flying over, reaping their lives. In just a short while, this group of 7 or 8 Myriad Devil's Ridge cultivators was killed. Lu Yi put away his Imperial artifact and jumped down from the roof. A group of by spirits followed behind him. He went to the bloodied Grand Heaven Alliance cultivator and checked his injuries. After a while, Lu Yi sighed in his heart. This person was beyond saving. His injuries were too serious. At this moment, the Eighth Order weapon cultivator seemed to have a final radiance. His face was ruddy. He looked at the by-spirits around him in surprise, then looked at Lu Yi and Giant Armor. A glimmer of hope lit up in his originally gloomy eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed Lu Ye's arm. "Go save him!" "Got it." Lu Yi gently nodded. The hand that grabbed Lu Ye's arm fell, and the weapon cultivator's vitality quickly dissipated. Yi cleaned up the battlefield. Giant Armor carried a Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator who had lost the ability to resist and walked over to Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at him, puzzled. "You kill him," Giant Armor said in a buzzing voice. "Kill him yourself." Lu Yi thought he was giving up the merit points. Little did he know that when Giant Armor followed Sima Yang in the past, Giant Armor would charge at the front in every battle and cripple the enemy. In the end, Sima Yang would harvest the merit points. Giant Armor scratched his head. Although he had killed some people from Windflower Courtyard in a frenzy before, he was completely dominated by the anger in his heart at that time. He had no recollection of it afterward. Killing people was a little too foreign to him. However, he was still a Ninth Order cultivator. He had never killed an enemy before. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill, but that Sima Yang didn't let him. After thinking about it, he threw the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator in his hand to the ground. Then he raised his big foot and stomped on the man's head under the horrified gaze of the other party. It was like a watermelon being crushed. The scene was bloody. Lu Yi glanced at him and didn't say anything. He called out, "Let's go." Following the source of the spirit energy fluctuations, they went forward and rescued 2 groups of Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators along the way. These people were all killed and scattered. Under their guidance, Lu Yi finally arrived at the main battlefield of the 2 forces after an incense stick's worth of time. The nearby houses were all destroyed. Broken walls and corpses of cultivators from both sides could be seen everywhere. There were only about 100 cultivators, led by Divine Hidden Palace, left. On the other side, there were more than 150 cultivators, led by Sunlight Mountain. Both sides were fighting in the air. The radiance of Imperial artifacts and spells were intertwined. The difference in numbers was half. On the battlefield, Grand Heaven Alliance was obviously at a disadvantage. They were constantly pushed back, and screams could be heard from time to time. As Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators were injured and killed, Myriad Demon's Ridge's advantage grew bigger and bigger. It could be said that Grand Heaven Alliance was not far from being defeated in this situation. However, everyone was fighting back. No one tried to escape because everyone knew that escaping at this time would only make the situation worse. At this moment, they still had some strength to resist if they stayed together. If they scattered and fled, they could survive for a while, but in the end, they would only be defeated by Myriad Demon's Ridge, one by one. Even so, Grand Heaven Alliance was only delaying the time of death. Myriad Demon's Ridge's attack was extremely fierce. They tried to organize a few attacks, but unfortunately, they couldn't break through Grand Heaven Alliance's defense line. It wasn't that they didn't know that they should fight steadily. In such a situation, as long as Myriad Demon's Ridge held their ground, they could slowly exhaust their enemies to death. After all, the difference in numbers couldn't be closed. That was what they were doing before. However, since the people of Windflower Yard gathered and brought a message, Myriad Demon's Ridge's attack became fiercer. They wanted to break Grand Heaven Alliance's defense line in the shortest time to prevent any changes. Changes came eventually. Just when both sides were fighting fiercely, cries could be heard. An invisible impact spread in all directions, causing many Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators' attacks to stagnate. Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators who were suppressed and at a disadvantage suddenly felt the pressure on them reduced greatly. They took the opportunity to counterattack. At the same time, by spirits appeared one by one and used spirit binding chains. Caught off guard, Myriad Demon's Ridge suffered a great loss. Nearly 10 people were bound and killed on the spot. On Grand Heaven Alliance's side, many cultivators looked towards the source of the sound and were pleasantly surprised. It was because they saw a tall figure there. It's giant armor. That bastard Sima Yong is finally here. It seems that he's not too stupid. Cries of surprise could be heard. It seemed that Giant Armor's arrival had calmed the hearts of Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators. That was understandable. Giant Armor was famous, and the nearby cultivators knew how strong his physique was. At such a critical moment, having such a powerful body, cultivator on their side naturally calmed the hearts of the people. Other things aside, with Giant Armor around, it wouldn't be so easy for Myriad Demon's Ridge to break through. However, what puzzled them even more was why the Giant Armor was standing with a group of spirit bodies. Those spirit bodies looked like their helpers because they were attacking the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge. Moreover, the one standing with Giant Armor and using the Fire Dragon technique didn't seem to be Sima Yong. In the crowd, Jian heaved a sigh of relief. Before this, he had tried many times to rope in Sima Yong and Giant Armor, but he didn't succeed. Sima Yong was the most snobbish person. Without enough benefits, there was no way to move him. However, now that Gu Kenyang was imprisoned in the dungeon of Immortal Essence City, how could Ji Yen promise Sima Yong any benefits? Now, it seemed that Sima Yong was sensible enough to come and help. He also saw the spirits beside Giant Armor. Although he was puzzled, it wasn't the time to investigate. Since those spirits were attacking Myriad Demon's Ridge, they were their helpers. On the other side, in Myriad Demon's Ridge's camp, a young man looked at the by-spirits with a cold expression. He looked at Lu Yi, who was using the Fire Dragon technique. He was the guardian of Sunlight Mountain, Qi Ming. This is Lu Yi from Jade Blood Sect? Qi Ming frowned. Yes. Chu Qing, who stood beside Qi Ming, gritted her teeth and replied, "So many of you were killed by him." Qi Ming's tone was a little dissatisfied. Chapter 276. When Chu Qing came to him with her men, he thought he could join forces with the Windflower Yard to take down the hidden God Palace. Who would have thought that Chu Qing would only bring less than 30 men? The Windflower Yard had brought almost 100 men this time. Even if some of them were unlucky enough to be captured by the Immortal Origin Defenders and locked up in the dungeon, they wouldn't lose too many men. However, what could they do when only 30 men were left? At most, they would be the icing on the cake. Qi Ming had already sent a message to Chu Qing, asking her to bring her men and join him. They would deal with the Hidden God Palace first. As long as they could deal with the Hidden God Palace, the rest of the Grand Sky Alliance would be like a sheet of loose sand. However, Chu Qing insisted on finding trouble with Lu Yi. It would have been fine if she could deal with him successfully. However, not only did she fail to do so, but the Windflower Yard also suffered heavy losses. Less than 30 of their men were killed. Although those who died weren't from Mount Sunlight, it undoubtedly affected Qi Ming's original plan. Naturally, Qi Ming was dissatisfied. If he didn't have a good personal relationship with Chu Qing, he would have scolded her for being big-breasted but brainless. Chu Qing naturally understood the meaning behind Qi Ming's words. Although she was sullen, she couldn't refute him. Before they arrived, she had already explained the situation to Qi Ming. This time, the Fenghua courtyard had suffered such a great loss at the hands of Lu Yi. It could be said that it was all thanks to the red-dressed woman. If she had not asked the Fenghua courtyard to look for some glutinous rice balls, they would not have ended up in such a sorry state. However, no matter what, she had to bear some of the blame for the result. Let's deal with those spirits first. They are very difficult to deal with, Chu Qing suggested. The Windflower Yard had suffered enough from those spirits. Those Immortal Origin Defenders didn't have many means to kill the enemy. The most they used was the spirit binding chains. However, this technique was very effective in binding and capturing people. In such a big battle, once bound by the spirit binding chains, the flying lights of Imperial equipment and techniques would come to greet them. "I know," Qi Ming said unhappily. Qi Ming grumbled in annoyance. At his command, dozens of people immediately turned their attention to Lu Ye's side. Spells and imperial artifacts flew over. Giant armor stepped forward and used its physical body to block the attacks. At the same time, Lu Yi activated his 2 imperial artifacts to block the enemy's attacks as much as possible. His speed was very fast, so even though there were only 2 of them, the interception effect was very good. With the help of the giant armor, the threat that the myriad demons' ridge posed to the Bai Ling was greatly reduced. Due to the attacks from the many cultivators from the myriad demons' ridge, the pressure on the cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance was greatly reduced. Following the shouts of the cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance, the cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance began to show signs of stabilizing the situation. That boosted Haotian Alliance's morale. The wailing sounds became even more chaotic. The nightmare spirits constantly moved to restrain the enemies. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who were bound were lucky enough to break free in time, but the unlucky ones were quickly killed. As the myriad Demons Ridge cultivators perished one by one, the situation slowly stabilized. Sensing that Lu Ye's side was of great use, under Ji Yan's command, a group of more than 10 cultivators moved closer, sharing the pressure for Lu Yi and giant armor, so that Bai Ling could attack without any worries. This was especially true around the People Woman. 3 cultivators surrounded her, guarding her to the death. This was because both Ji Yan and Qi Ming could sense that the People Woman played a huge role in this kind of battle. The other Immortal Origin guards only had one way of attacking. Even Lu Sanbao only used Imperial equipment to kill the enemy. However, the People Woman's wailing had a wide range. Every time she cried, it would disturb the minds of the myriad demons' ridge cultivators. Coupled with the tinkling sound of the pipa, she was simply a great killing weapon that could change the direction of the battle. This led to the People Woman being the main target of the myriad demons' ridge. While everyone was busy fighting, a barely visible figure quietly approached Lu Ye's side. This figure didn't move very quickly. If one looked carefully, they could vaguely make out the outline of his body. However, the 2 sides were currently in full swing. Who would have the luxury of observing their surroundings? Even more so, no one would have thought that an enemy would be so bold as to sneak behind their camp. To be able to appear and disappear unpredictably, this person was obviously a ghost cultivator. This ghost cultivator concealed all of his aura. Even the spirit weapon in his hand didn't show its sharpness. He stared at Hupu on Lu Ye's shoulder and slowly approached. With the information provided by Chu Qing, Qi Ming's side had already figured out that the reason Lu Yi could control the Immortal Origin guards was because of this pet beast. Therefore, as long as this pet beast was killed, the Immortal Origin guards would no longer pose a threat. This ghost cultivator had been lurking nearby for a long time. His original target was Ji Yan, but unfortunately he hadn't found a good opportunity. Now, under Qi Ming's orders, he changed his target to Hupa. 100 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet. In a situation where everyone was unprepared, the ghost cultivator attacked violently. However, just as the ghost cultivator was about to slash Hupa, his vision blurred. All the noise disappeared, and he somehow appeared in a stone forest. Lu Yi quickly looked back, and Yi also hurriedly retreated a few steps from him. She raised her hand, and the 9 Worlds map that was hidden on the ground was sucked into her hand. She looked down and saw that there was an additional figure in the stone forest. She hurriedly urged her spirit energy to stabilize the 9 Worlds chart and nodded to Lu Yi. Lu Yi put down Hupu on his shoulder. Yi swung the 9 Worlds chart in her hand and aimed it at Lu Yi. In just 10 breaths, she shook the 9 Worlds chart again. Lu Yi and a corpse appeared together. This was a 9th Order ghost cultivator. It had to be said that ghost cultivators were really good at hiding. Lu Yi didn't even notice before. If he hadn't arranged the 9 Worlds chart behind him in advance, this ghost cultivator might have succeeded. He secretly warned himself that he would have to be more careful when fighting ghost cultivators in the future. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know when they would sneak up on him. Of course, this was also related to the chaotic situation at the moment. At the same time when this ghost cultivator died, Qiming vaguely sensed something. He checked his battlefield mark and confirmed that the ghost cultivator he had high hopes for was dead. His face immediately sank. That was a 9th order ghost cultivator under his command. His concealment skills were extremely good, but now he died without knowing why. Looking at the battlefield again, the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators, who were originally suppressed, not only had the capital to fight back, they even had the strength to counterattack. Since Liu Ye appeared with a group of spirit bodies, more than 30 cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge had been killed. Although they still had more people than the Grand Heaven Alliance, it was difficult for them to fully suppress the Myriad Devil Ridge. Coupled with the influence of the crying spirit bodies, they didn't have any advantage even if they had more people. If this continued, no one would be able to gain anything. Qiming hesitated for a while. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, he could only order a retreat. Grand Heaven Alliance naturally wouldn't allow the people from Myriad Demon Ridge to leave so easily. They chased after them for a while, and both sides suffered losses. Only then did they stop under Ji Yan's command. The great battle came to an end. Almost everyone from the Grand Heaven Alliance was injured. Liu Ye's side also suffered great losses. Lu Sanbao and the People Woman were unharmed, but only 3 of the Captain-level Immortal Essence Guardians were left. The rest of the Captain-level Immortal Essence Guardians were destroyed in the battle just now. It couldn't be helped. In such a chaotic situation, even if he and Giant Armor tried their best to protect the By-Spirits on their side, it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes, especially when Myriad Demon Ridge was attacking them fiercely. If it weren't for Giant Armor, all the By-Spirits would have died. Ji Yan quickly walked over with a few cultivators from Divine Hidden Palace. He cupped his fists from afar. "Thank you for helping us. We're all from Grand Heaven Alliance. It's our duty." Lu Yi returned the salute. Ji Yan recognized Lu Yi at this time. After all, he tried to recruit Lu Yi in the valley before, but unfortunately he was rejected. "How should I address you?" "Jade Blood Sect, Lu Yi." "Jade Blood Sect." Ji Yan raised his eyebrows. "Is it the Jade Blood Sect of the War Province?" The cultivators who came with him were also surprised. Obviously, they had heard of the Jade Blood Sect before. "Yes." Ji Yan looked Lu Yi up and down and said suspiciously, "About half a year ago, a cultivator from the Jade Blood Sect called Lu Yi fought against the major sects of Myriad Demon Ridge on the top of the Golden Light outside the battlefield. That was me." Ji Yan immediately exclaimed, "So it's Fellow Ye. I've heard so much about you. Senior brother Gu told us that Fellow Ye had boosted the morale of our Grand Heaven Alliance. It's a pity that he wasn't there that day, so he didn't have the chance to see Fellow Ye with his own eyes. I didn't expect to meet Fellow Ye here. Senior brother Gu." Speaking of this, Ji Yan seemed to have thought of something. He stopped talking and smiled. "Fellow Ye, you really live up to your reputation. You flatter me." Ji Yan gestured with his hand. "This isn't the place to talk. Fellow Ye, this way please." After a short while, Ji Yan led Lu Yi to a dilapidated courtyard to settle down. Many injured cultivators were being treated here. This kind of large-scale operation with more than 100 people was usually accompanied by medical cultivators. Not only the Divine Hidden Palace, but the other 2 sects were also the same. However, there weren't many medical cultivators in the first place, so there were even fewer of them. This caused several medical cultivators to be busy here. Those who were slightly injured were basically treated by themselves. Only those who were seriously injured would be sent here. "Fellow Iya, why is Giant Armor following you? Where's Sima Yong?" Ji Yan glanced at Giant Armor, who was covered in blood. He had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. "Sima Yong is dead. Giant Armor and I met by chance on the road, so we traveled together. Sima Yang is dead? Lu Yi felt that Ji Yan's tone was a little surprised, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. What a pity. Although Sima Yang was a loose cultivator, he still had some skills. Our divine hidden palace tried to rope him in before, but we didn't succeed. I didn't expect him to die here. As he spoke, he called out, "Junior Marshal Sister Lin, Junior Marshal Sister Lin." A female cultivator wearing a square headscarf and covered in blood ran in. "Senior Marshal Brother Ji." Ji Yan pointed at Giant Armor, who was standing next to him. "Help Brother Giant Armor heal his wounds." Brother Giant Armor contributed a lot to our victory. "Yes," the female cultivator replied and beckoned to Giant Armor. "Follow me." Giant Armor turned around and followed her. Chapter 277. After watching Jujia leave, Jian looked away and said with a serious face, "Brother Yi, our sect is not in a good situation. If you are willing, can you stay and fight with us?" Lu Yi said, "That's why I came here." Although Jian knew that since Lu Yi had come, he probably wouldn't leave, but to be able to get such an answer from him made him feel relieved. "That's good." He asked again, "When you were out exploring, did you meet people from the Windflower Yard?" "Yes, I did." Not only did they meet, but they also fought against them many times. This time, the Windflower Yard is a bit strange. Ji Yan frowned and voiced his worries. In the previous battle, the main reason why our sect was able to last so long under the assault of the Myriad Devil Ridge was because the people from the Windflower Manor didn't come. Although some of them appeared later, there weren't many of them. I don't know what the large group of people from the Windflower Manor are busy with. If they had come before, our sect wouldn't have been able to resist. He didn't feel complacent because he had turned the tables in the previous battle. He knew the disadvantage of his sect, which was that they had fewer people than the Demon's Ridge. Although the people of the Sunlight Mountain were beaten back this time, as long as they regrouped with the Windflower Yard, it wouldn't take long for them to come back. When that time came, they probably wouldn't be able to hold them off. As for the Windflower Yard, Brother Ji, you don't need to worry too much. There should be only a few of them left. Ji Yan looked at Lu Yi confusedly. The others are all dead. Lu Yi calculated in his mind. When Chu Qing led the team to ambush them, more than a dozen people from the Windflower Yard died. Later on, the people of the Windflower Yard accidentally injured Jujia, so more than a dozen people died on the spot. He led the Bailing to chase them for half a day, and more than 30 people from the Windflower Yard died. Altogether, there were about 60 people. This time, there were about 100 people from the Windflower Yard. Some of them might be unlucky enough to be captured by the Immortal Origin Guards and kept in the dungeon. Therefore, the people of the Windflower Yard should be the ones led by Chu Qing. Ji Yan really wanted to ask how he died, but he quickly realized that since Lu Yi could speak so confidently, it obviously had something to do with him. Is this Brother Yi's work? Sort of. Ji Yan was stunned by Lu Yi on the spot. With his own strength, even if he added giant armor, there were only 2 of them, but he had actually tormented the Windflower Courtyard until only 30 people were left. How shocking was this? At this moment, he realized that he had been worrying too much. It was not that the people from Windflower Yard didn't come to join those from Saint Sunlight Mountain. They had already done so. He had seen everything. It's those spirit bodies. Ji Yan immediately thought of something. The reason why he was so polite to Lu Yi was because of the blue blood sect's reputation. And the second reason was that he had just seen those spirits fighting for Lu Yi. This was especially true for the spiritual body that was crying and playing the pipa. It could be said that if it weren't for her, the battle wouldn't have ended so easily. Yes. Lu Yi nodded and did not deny it. Since he had already stepped forward to fight side by side with the Hidden God Palace, there was no need for him to hide certain things. At the very least, he had to let the cultivators on his side know what he was capable of, so that it would be easier for them to cooperate. Brother Yi's methods are truly unfathomable. Ji Yen sighed. Lu Yi changed the topic and said, "Brother Ji, what do you plan to do next?" Ji Yen said, "Let's take a rest first. Now that Brother Yi and Brother Giant Armor have joined us, the people from the Demon's Ridge probably won't dare to come again. Brother Ji, have you ever thought of fighting back?" Ji Yen said, "Of course we have to fight back. Although Immortal Origin City is large, one mountain can accommodate 2 tigers. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the Myriad Devil Ridge will definitely not let this matter rest. Previously, their deployment was disrupted by Brother Yi. Although they suffered some losses, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Once they regroup, they will definitely make a comeback. What I am thinking is that instead of passively defending like this, it is better to take the initiative to attack. Let's take a rest today and go fight them tomorrow. Brother Yi, what do you think?" I have no objection. It could be said that Ji Yan's thoughts were exactly what he had in mind. However, he was alone at the moment, and the Hidden God Palace was the leader of the Haotian Alliance. If the Hidden God Palace didn't take a stand, things would be difficult for him. Lu Yi felt relieved after finding out Ji Yan's attitude. "Brother Ji, do you know where there is a special spirit body nearby?" Since he was going to fight the Demon's Ridge, he naturally had to quickly replenish the number of nightmare spirits under him, especially those with special spirit bodies like Lu Sanbao and the People Woman. The more, the better. He only had 2 special spirit bodies under him at the moment, but both Lu Sanbao and the People Woman could play a role that far exceeded the other nightmare spirits. There was no need to mention the People Woman. In a large-scale battle, her cries and the sound of her pipa could cause a certain degree of mental disturbance to the enemy, imperceptibly restraining the enemy's strength. Lu Sanbao's performance wasn't as eye-catching as the People Woman's, but that was because the People Woman had overshadowed his limelight. His 3 dice were extremely lethal and could play a role that far exceeded that of any 9th Order cultivator. Previously, the probability of encountering such a special spirit body by himself was not high. Now that he had joined the people of the Hidden God Palace, he could naturally inquire about it. Ji Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He quickly realized something and said, "I know of a special spirit body. It is not far from here. If Brother Yi is in a hurry, I can send someone to take you there. Then I'll have to trouble you." Ji Yan immediately sent a message to an 8th Order weapon cultivator and gave him a few instructions. The weapon cultivator nodded and led the way. This weapon cultivator obviously knew Lu Ye's identity. During the previous battle, he had seen Lu Yi and the nightmare spirits from afar. However, there were some things that he couldn't ask casually, so he kept them in his heart and just chatted casually with Lu Yi. When he mentioned the special spirit body, Lu Yi kept it in mind. Lu Yi didn't encounter any immortal Yuan guards on the way, which made him feel a little regretful. After walking a few streets, he soon came to a building with a lantern hanging at the door. Lu Yi looked up and saw a tattered plaque in front of the door. He couldn't make out the words on it. The 8th Order weapon cultivator stopped and coughed lightly. "Brother Yi, I won't accompany you in." Lu Yi nodded and pushed the door open. As soon as he walked in, the door closed with a bang. Lu Yi looked in front of him and saw a scholar-looking spirit body burying his head and writing at a fast speed in front of a broken table. He didn't even notice that someone had entered. Lu Yi went straight forward and sat down opposite the scholar, waiting quietly. After half an hour, the scholar finished writing a piece of paper and picked it up with a smile. He looked at it and said proudly, "It's really a peerless article." He looked up at Lu Yi and said with an expression of familiarity, "You came at the right time. Help me evaluate it." Saying so, he handed the article in his hand to Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't take it and instead reached out to stroke, who posed for on his leg while looking at the scholar quietly. According to the weapon cultivator, the spiritual body of the scholar was not dangerous. He was not like Lu Sanbao, who gambled with his life. He would only write an article for an outsider and be satisfied with a compliment. This was also the reason why the weapon cultivator didn't follow him in. He had read the scholar's article before, and it was full of bullshit. Going against his conscience and praising it, it really hurt his conscience. Lu, you didn't know what skill this scholar had, but the aura around his body was stronger than Lu Sanbao's. His fingers stopped on Hupo's head and lightly tapped it twice. Spirit bodies suddenly floated out and surrounded the scholar. The scholar looked around and picked up his writing brush and held it in front of his chest. He put on a strong front and said, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." "Okay," Lu Yi agreed readily. Then Hupo raised his head and roared at him. A moment later, the door opened. The weapon cultivator waiting outside saw Lu Yi walk out unscathed and breathed a sigh of relief. He had sensed that there was quite a commotion inside just now. "Brother Yi, Senior Brother Ji sent a message just now. He asked about 2 more places from other rogue cultivators. Do you know where they are?" "I have a rough idea." "Then lead the way." Along the way, this 8th Order weapon cultivator finally saw how Lu Yi controlled his spirit bodies. Whenever they encountered an immortal Yuan guard along the way, Lu Yi would happily pounce on them. Then one spirit body after another would float out of the pet beast's body and take down a group of immortal Yuan guards in a few moves. Then the pet beast would swallow the immortal Yuan guards one by one. This made him click his tongue in wonder. He wasn't a short-sighted person, but he had never seen a monster beast with such a special ability. After swallowing the spirits, it could make them obey its orders. An hour later, the 2 arrived at the 2nd place. The 8th Order weapon cultivator followed Lu Yi this time, probably wanting to broaden his horizons. Then he saw a group of immortal Yuan guards appear and shoot out spirit binding chains. Lu Yi went up and slashed a few times. Then his pet beast did the same. The whole process was extremely skillful and thought-provoking. Another hour later, they arrived at the 3rd place. After a while, the 2 walked out side by side. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yi asked, a little unsatisfied. "No." The 8th Order weapon cultivator shook his head, still looking a little absent-minded. "Then, let's look for the immortal Yuan guards." Special spirit bodies could only be encountered by chance. There were quite a few immortal Yuan guards. Although the number was much lower than at the beginning, it was still possible to encounter them. It wasn't until half a day later that Lu Yi finished replenishing the puppet spirits. There weren't many captains, only 7 of them. However, there were 5 with special spiritual bodies. Apart from Lu Sanbao and the People Woman, there was also a scholar, a blind fortune teller, and a butcher. This lineup was really a bit strange. It wasn't strange when one thought about it. These special spirit bodies were originally cultivators of Immortal Yuan City. When Immortal Yuan City was destroyed, they turned into spirit bodies for various reasons and stayed behind. Naturally, there were all kinds of people. Returning to their encampment with the 8th Order weapon cultivator, Jian greeted them enthusiastically. Obviously, he had received some news from his fellow disciples. Chapter 278. The preparations for Haoqian Alliance's counterattack had been completed. Jian had sent people to investigate the Demon's Ridge's base. Now he had a clue. They would take action in half a day's time. Originally, he wasn't sure. Although Lu Yi and Giant Armor had joined, the Demon's Ridge still had a slight advantage in terms of numbers. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would lose. But now, he knew that Lu Yi had more than 30 spiritual bodies under his command. There were even 5 special spiritual bodies. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides had been closed. Even if these spiritual bodies were lost, they could be replaced. This was very good. It meant that as long as Lu Yi didn't die, there would be endless manpower. It didn't matter if they lost this time. There would be another chance next time. If they wore down the enemy's strength bit by bit, the Demon's Ridge wouldn't be able to bear it. Originally, Gu Kenyang was locked in the dungeon by the Immortal Origin Guards. The Hidden God Palace had no leader. Now that the Sunlight Mountain and the Windflower Yard could join hands, Jian was ready to sacrifice himself Who knew that the situation would slowly develop like this? It was an unexpected surprise. It could be imagined that after this, his status in the sect would be greatly improved. All kinds of rewards would be indispensable. The only thing that made him feel pity was Gu Qingyang. He didn't know how Gu Qingyang was doing in the dungeon. Half a day later, the news of the counterattack on the Demon's Ridge had been spread. Those rogue cultivators were all calling their friends and gathering those who hadn't gathered before. The number of people increased by about 30, although there were definitely rogue cultivators hiding somewhere. Since they didn't show up, there was nothing they could do. Those rogue cultivators probably thought that the Hidden God Palace was no match for them, so they wanted to protect themselves. Since they were gathering rogue cultivators here, the Demon's Ridge must be gathering too. There should be more of them. After all, in the hearts of those rogue cultivators, the Demon's Ridge had the advantage. Ji Yan didn't know how they would feel after the next battle. Lu Yi found a place to meditate and recover. At the same time, he cracked the restriction lock on the storage bag. Hoopa also needed to recover. The by-spirits had consumed too much energy. These days, Hoopa seemed to have lost a lot of weight, which made Yi's heart ache. Giant Armor, who had been carefully treated, came to Lu Ye's side and sat down without saying anything. Lu Yi turned his head and raised his eyebrows. After the previous battles, Giant Armor's body was covered in wounds. Many of the wounds were bleeding and looked extremely horrifying. However, those wounds were almost invisible now. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly just by relying on the treatment of a medical cultivator. This fellow's recovery ability was ridiculously strong. He took out a large piece of beast meat from his storage pouch and handed it over. Giant Armor took it and started eating. 2 hours later, Lu Yi had unlocked all of the storage pouches and took out the useful items inside. Then he picked a few more items and put them into a storage pouch. He handed it to the Giant Armor. "This is for you." This silly girl didn't even have a storage pouch with Sima Yang. He didn't know how she had lived all these years. When Lu Yi was chatting with the 8th Order weapon cultivator before, he had talked about the Giant Armor and learned some information. Many people knew that Sima Yang treated Giant Armor as a money tree. So the nearby cultivators, whether they were rogue cultivators or disciples of sects, had a bad impression of Sima Yang. Bullying an honest person like this was truly heartless. There were also people who tried to persuade Giant Armor in private, but Giant Armor never paid any attention and continued to follow Sima Yang. It seemed that to him, as long as he had a bite to eat in this world, he didn't ask for anything else. Faced with such a foolish Giant Armor, the rogue cultivators who sympathized with him couldn't do anything. It was said that Giant Armor was not from the 9 states. He was born in the Spirit Stream battlefield and was able to embark on the path of cultivation because of Sima Yang's teachings. In his early years, Sima Yang, who was only at the 3rd Order Spirit Stream realm, met Giant Armor by chance in the wilderness. Seeing his extraordinary talent, Sima Yang taught him some cultivation techniques. That was why he was loyal to Sima Yang all these years and never left him. Holding the storage pouch, Giant Armor was obviously stunned and turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi patted his waist. Giant Armor grinned foolishly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then he copied Lu Yi and tied the storage pouch to his waist. "There's a defensive spirit artifact inside. You can refine it and use it," Lu Yi reminded him. Giant Armor's physique was indeed unimaginably strong. With Lu Ye's current strength, he could kill an ordinary 9th Order body cultivator without much effort. That Feng Hua Courtyard's Qiao Yin was already considered one of the best 9th Order body cultivators, so Lu Yi had to spend some effort to kill her. However, compared to Giant Armor, Qiao Yun paled in comparison. Lu Yi faintly suspected that Giant Armor might have an extremely special physique. However, no matter how strong one's physique was, they could still be injured. Giant Armor had many injuries on his body before. If he had a defensive spirit artifact, it would be easier for him to resist a siege. Half a day passed in a flash. Following Ji Yan's order, more than 100 cultivators split into more than a dozen teams and moved out. On the houses and streets, figures leaped and moved, silently approaching the place where the myriad demons, Ridge, cultivators were gathered. After an hour, they arrived at their destination. At the same time, the myriad demons, Ridge cultivators in charge of security discovered the traces of Grand Heaven Alliance and quickly alerted them. It wasn't that Grand Heaven Alliance's concealment wasn't perfect, but more than 100 people moving together made it difficult to hide. After an incense stick's worth of time, the two sides fought across the air. Spells and imperial artifacts collided in mid-air, giving off intense spirit energy fluctuations. Ghost cultivators stealthily concealed themselves and sneaked into the enemy's camp, looking for suitable targets to kill. From time to time, short screams would abruptly stop. Ji Yan, who was observing the situation, quietly wiped off his cold sweat. Previously, he had gathered 30 rogue cultivators and thought that he could close the gap in numbers with the enemy, but after the real fight, he discovered that the number of myriad demons Ridge cultivators had increased. If it weren't for the dozens of spirit bodies under Lu Ye's command, this battle would have been difficult. Amidst the chaos, Ji Yan turned his head to look at Lu Ye's side and saw the spirit bodies displaying their might. From the information he obtained from the 8th Order cultivator, he now knew that it wasn't Lu Yi himself who could control the spirit bodies, but the pet beast he brought with him. These spirit bodies were definitely capable of turning the tide of the battle, so Ji Yan attached great importance to them. Before the battle began, he had already assigned a group of people to guard Lu Yi and his pet beast. At this moment, in addition to giant armor, 3 burly body cultivators stood in front of Lu Yi and Hupa, while 5 magic cultivators stood behind them, constantly casting spells to block the attacks from the opposite side. What's more, Lu Yi and giant armor weren't just standing there. They were also blocking the incoming spells and imperial artifacts. Because of Chu Qing's group, before the battle began, Lu Yi had instructed giant armor to not act rashly. Even if the enemy approached them, they shouldn't attack, lest they fall into a trap. If they fell into Chu Qing's trap and died on the spot, it wouldn't be worth it. The miserable state of the dozen, or so people who had accidentally injured giant armor, was still vivid in their minds. Throughout the entire battlefield, Lu Ye's side was the most active. The immortal energy guards were constantly casting spirit binding chains, and the 5 special spirit bodies each had their own merits. The Pipa woman was sobbing as she played the pipa. Lu Sanbao was using his imperial artifact to kill the enemy, and the scholar was holding a foot-long brush in his hand, using his own spirit energy to write an essay. Every time he wrote a word, the word would glow and fall towards the myriad demon Ridge camp. The blind fortune teller was constantly tossing the ancient coins he used for fortune telling. He didn't kill the enemy, but every time his ancient coins were arranged in a straight line, an unlucky person from myriad demon Ridge would scream. The butcher was the only one who held his boning knife and stood quietly at the side, guarding Hoopa closely. According to the feedback from Hoopa, the butcher should be a weapon cultivator, so he wouldn't be able to play a role in this battle for the time being. However, if they could break the enemy's defensive line and engage in close combat, the butcher's spring would come. This kind of offensive and defensive battle wasn't considered dangerous, because both spells and imperial artifacts could be tracked. As long as one's eyesight was good enough and one's reaction was fast enough, there would always be room to dodge. This was also the reason why Grand Heaven Alliance could persist under myriad demon Ridge's attack. However, with Lu Yi and a large group of by spirits joining the battle, things were different. The Pipa woman's interference on the enemy's mind was too fatal. In addition to the immortal energy guard's spirit binding chains, the slightest carelessness in this chaotic battle would cost one's life. An hour after battle started, more than 40 cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge had died, and their morale was low. Although Grand Heaven Alliance suffered losses, their casualties were less than 30% of Myriad Demon Ridge's. The difference in numbers was completely wiped out, and Grand Heaven Alliance became more and more courageous as they fought. After another hour, Myriad Demon Ridge's defensive line was completely defeated, and they all retreated. Ji Yen didn't give the order to pursue. Instead, he ordered people to rest on the spot and clean up the battlefield. The reason why he didn't pursue them was that after this battle, everyone was greatly exhausted. Secondly, he was afraid that Myriad Demon Ridge would be driven to desperation. Now that the situation was in their favor, they only needed to stabilize and slowly expand their advantage. While the cultivators were resting, Lu Yi threw a few spirit pills into his mouth and fed Hupa some spirit pills. He also let Hupa absorb a mouthful of blood qi from its scales so that it could recover as soon as possible. Half a day later, most people had recovered. Lu Yi opened his eyes and saw Giant Armor staring at him with a pair of eyes. Question mark. Lu Yi was puzzled. Revenge. Giant Armor said concisely. Lu Yi understood what he meant. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, I'll arrange it. Giant Armor obviously wanted to take revenge with his own hands. But he also knew that he couldn't kill the people from Windflower Courtyard with the restriction of the red-dressed woman. Therefore, if he wanted to take revenge with his own hands, he had to remove the restriction of the red-dressed woman. After a while, the cultivators from Grand Heaven Alliance, who had finished resting, continued to rush forward with Shin Yingong in the lead. Lu Yi found Ji Yen and said a few words to him. Ji Yen nodded. Although Immortal Essence City was big, it was still difficult to hide a scale of nearly 100 people. Moreover, when Myriad Demon Ridge retreated, Ji Yen had already ordered the ghost cultivators under his sect to follow them and investigate the enemy's movements. Therefore, Ji Yen knew clearly where Myriad Demon Ridge was now. Chapter 279. Spells and flying artifacts bombarded each other from all directions. The battle was intense, and the remaining cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge were prepared to die. This chase had already lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, both sides had exchanged blows 4 times. Each time, the Myriad Devil Ridge's side had been defeated. In the first 2 times, the Myriad Devil Ridge still had some strength to fight back. However, as the number of cultivators kept decreasing, the Myriad Devil Ridge no longer had the capital to fight against the Grand Heaven Alliance. The difference in numbers was too big. At this point, there were less than 30 cultivators left on the Myriad Devil Ridge's side. Even Qi Ming from Sunlight Mountain was killed by Haotian Alliance in the previous battle. Now, the 30 cultivators were struggling to resist with Chu Qing from Windflower Yard. However, everyone knew that they would die if this continued. If they wanted to live, they had to break out. They did so quickly. After finding out the weak point of Haotian Alliance's encirclement, Chu Qing led the 30 cultivators to kill in that direction. Haotian Alliance couldn't stop them because there were only 100 cultivators in Haotian Alliance. Their encirclement wasn't tight enough. After half an hour, Wanma Ridge's cultivators broke out of the encirclement. Only 20 of the 30 cultivators were left. Everyone was panting heavily and running forward desperately. There were no pursuers behind them. The survivors were relieved. However, they didn't dare to stop. Under Chu Qing's lead, they continued to run forward. They only wanted to get as far away from Haotian Alliance as possible. On the messy battlefield, Ji Yen found Lu Yi and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Did Haotian Alliance have no spare energy to chase after them? Of course there were. As for the results of the chase, it was unknown. The other party was not dead, so it was impossible for them to stand there obediently and let others kill them. The most likely outcome was that the chase would end with everyone being exhausted. Moreover, it was Lu Ye's idea to let Chu Qing and the others go. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on their movements," Ji Yen said again. "Thank you." Lu Yi nodded. "As for the white cat, I'll have to trouble Brother Ji." "Don't worry about it." Ji Yen laughed heartily. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. After resting for a while, Lu Yi left with Giant Armor. The two of them had to find the cat, which gave them a headache. Up until now, Lu Yi had only seen the white cat once. In the end, he and Giant Armor had attacked together, but they were still unable to catch it. That little thing was simply too fast. Lu Yi already had a plan on how to catch the cat, but whether it would work or not, he still had to try. The difficult part now was how to find it. Fortunately, there were still many people left in the Grand Heaven Alliance. Lu Yi had already entrusted Ji Yan to order the Grand Heaven Alliance's people to split up and search. As for the defeated soldiers in the Myriad Devil Ridge, just leave them be for the time being. They probably wouldn't dare to come out now. Once he found the white cat, he would bring it back to the woman in the red dress and have her remove her restraints. Then he would be free to deal with Chu Qing and the others. If they really couldn't find them, then they could only let the Grand Sky Alliance continue to besiege them. No matter what, those people from the Myriad Devil Ridge wouldn't be able to leave the Immortal Essence City alive. Along the way, the nightmare spirits that had been lost due to the successive battles were replenished. As for the white cat, there wasn't even a shadow of it. A day later, Ji Yan suddenly sent a message saying that someone had seen the white cat. Lu Ye's spirit was lifted. He immediately led Giant Armor and rushed in that direction. More than an hour later, Lu Yi met up with a ghost cultivator. Under the ghost cultivator's guidance, they moved forward quietly. When they reached a corner, the ghost cultivator stopped and looked out. Then he retracted his head and said, "It's over there." Lu Yi looked over and indeed saw the white cat. This fellow was curled up on a roof, sleeping quietly. "Thank you for your hard work." "Do you need me to make a move?" the ghost cultivator asked. "No need. I'll do the rest myself." The ghost cultivator nodded. Then he quietly concealed himself and soon disappeared. Lu Yi looked at the white cat again. After making sure that he didn't disturb it, he began to deploy. A moment later, a group of 5 Immortal Essence guards passed by the roof where the white cat was. The white cat, who was taking a nap, shook its tail and remained indifferent. Soon, another team of Immortal Essence defenders walked past. This team consisted of 6 people. The white cat raised its head. There was a vague look of doubt in its eyes, but that was all. When the third group of Immortal Essence guards passed by, the white cat finally realized that something was wrong. It quickly got up and looked around vigilantly. Then, with light steps, it was ready to leave this place. All of a sudden, the Immortal Essence defenders that were passing by it turned around and threw spirit binding chains at it. Meow. When the white cat meowed, its body moved nimbly from left to right. It avoided the spirit binding chains and ran forward on all 4s. However, it didn't run far before it heard cries in front of it. The people woman had appeared there at some point, and the scholar was standing beside her. With the sound of the pipa, the scholar waved his brush in the air, and one big word after another was thrown at the white cat. Silhouettes appeared one after another from all directions, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. In order to catch the white cat, Lu Yi had mobilized all the available by spirits, including himself. With the help of the wind travel spiritual tattoo, his speed increased sharply. The white cat meowed even louder. It obviously sensed that something was wrong, but its movements were too nimble. More than 20 Immortal Essence guards attacked together, and the spirit binding chains were densely packed, but they still couldn't bind it. It tried to escape, but it couldn't. The encirclement formed by the spirits kept shrinking. The white cat seemed to have nowhere to run. However, it suddenly turned around and aimed at the direction of the giant armor. The small cat turned into a white line and rushed to the front of the giant armor in an instant. The giant armor grabbed at it with its big hand, but it caught nothing. Just like last time, the white cat jumped onto his head and sat down. It turned around and looked at Lu Yi, its eyes full of playfulness. Giant Armor was infuriated and slapped his own head. The white cat had already jumped away and landed not far behind him. Then it took small, proud steps and slowly walked forward. On the other hand, Giant Armor's head was slapped to the side by his own head. As it moved forward, it didn't forget to look back at Lu Ye's gloomy face. Just as it was feeling complacent, it suddenly felt a sense of danger. The white cat's fur stood on end, and it let out a meow before disappearing without a trace. At the location where it disappeared, the space was slightly distorted, and a stone forest could be vaguely seen flashing past. Lu Yi and Yi dove down at the same time. Yi raised her hand, and the 9 worlds map, which she had placed there in advance, was taken back. She poured her power into it and opened it for Lu Yi. Lu Yi called to Hoopa and had Hoopa put away the by-spirits first. Then he took Lu Yi into the 9 worlds map. The 9 worlds map was the last line of defense, and also a flaw that Lu Yi had left behind. He had deliberately placed the giant armor in this position because he had sensed that the white cat was very intelligent. Once it was surrounded, there was a high chance that it would break out in the direction of the giant armor. However, he hadn't expected that this line of defense would actually come in handy. He had thought that with so many by-spirits, it wouldn't be much of a problem to take down the white cat. The giant armor walked to Yi's side and didn't follow in. He had to stay here to protect Yi. While maintaining the 9 worlds map, Yi couldn't be distracted. If there was any danger, she wouldn't be able to deal with it. Looking over, they saw that there were many more figures in the stone forest on the 9 worlds map. These figures were constantly moving around in the small map, and occasionally there were patterns that looked like spirit shackles appearing. After a full hour, Yi shook the 9 worlds map and Lu Yi appeared. However, his expression was very gloomy, and there were many scratches on his face. The white cat was held in his hand by the neck, motionless. The cat's eyes were watery, as if it had been wronged. "Let's go!" Lu Yi called out and led the way in the direction of the woman in the red dress. It wasn't that the white cat didn't want to run away, but every time it made any strange movements, Lu Yi would send a stream of spiritual power over. The feeling of being eroded by that scorching power was uncomfortable. After several times, the white cat could only accept its fate. Not long after, they arrived at the small courtyard where the woman in the red dress was. Lu Yi opened the door and immediately saw the red figure sitting on the swing, swaying gently. He stood behind the woman in the red dress. The white cat, who had been pretending to be dead all this time, was suddenly energized. It kept meowing, and there was no need to mention how wronged it was. Lu Yi frowned. This white cat seemed to be very important to the woman in the red dress. His attitude towards the white cat earlier wasn't very friendly. If the woman in the red dress took her anger out on him because of this, then things wouldn't be good. He tightened his grip on the white cat, and the meowing immediately stopped. "Have you found Tang Yuan?" the woman in the red dress asked. Lu Yi handed over the white cat in his hand. "Put it down," the woman in the red dress ordered. Lu Yi did as he was told. As soon as the white cat got rid of Lu Yi, it turned into a white shadow and flew outside. It was obviously addicted to running away from home. However, a red ribbon flew out at lightning speed and tied it up. Amidst the white cat's desperate struggle and meowing, it was dragged back to the woman in the red dress. Lu Yi was secretly pleased. "Little thing, you also have a day like this." After capturing the white cat, the woman in the red dress placed it on her lap and gently stroked it. The white cat also bowed down as if it had accepted its fate and stopped struggling. The scenario of it complaining to the woman in the red dress and taking revenge on him didn't happen. "You guys did very well," the woman in the red dress spoke again. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yi vaguely felt that he had broken free from an invisible restraint. He turned to look at Giant Armor, and Giant Armor nodded slightly. It was obvious that it had the same experience as him. He wondered if Chu Qing and the others had also broken free from the woman in the red dress restraint. If they hadn't, then things would be interesting. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he gave Giant Armor a look. The two of them quickly turned around and left in tacit understanding. The woman in the red dress, special spiritual body, was too powerful. There was no way to transform into a nightmare spirit. He had even gotten himself into trouble with her. So Lu Yi didn't dare to stay for long. Who knew if she would ask him to find some balls or something like that again, so he quickly left. Chapter 280. Wait. A voice came from behind. Lu Yi and giant armor froze. Is there anything else? Lu Yi turned around, his fingers caressing the hilt of his saber. You helped me find glutinous rice balls. There's nothing to thank you for. Take this. As soon as the woman in the red dress finished speaking, something suddenly flew toward Lu Yi. He raised his hand to catch it and found that it was a palm-sized token. The token was very simple and looked quite old. Considering that Immortal Essence City was a city from an unknown era, this was normal. The material of the token was unclear. There was the word immortal on one side and the word imperial on the other. There was a pattern of a fierce beast on both sides. This token! Lu Yi wanted to ask what this thing was for, but the small courtyard suddenly disappeared from his sight. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing in front of the door with giant armor. This made his expression turn cold. He didn't notice what had happened just now. This made him feel that the strength of the woman in the red dress was unfathomable. There was no need to ask about the use of the token. She had already asked him to leave, so he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. However, there were probably only a few uses of the token. Lu Yi had some guesses in his heart, but whether it was true or not still needed to be verified. He raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield imprint, sending a message, "Brother Ji, it's done here." Ji Yan quickly replied, "I'll get someone to lead you over. Do you need help?" "No need. This is a personal grudge." After standing in place and waiting for a moment, the ghost cultivator who had led them to the white cat sneakily appeared nearby. Lu Yi and giant armor walked toward him, and the ghost cultivator stepped forward to lead the way. Not long after, a team of Immortal Essence guards came in front of them. The ghost cultivator leading the way immediately hid himself, and giant armor also got into a charging posture. The number of nightmare spirits under Lu Ye's command was now full, so this team of Immortal Essence guards couldn't be transformed. They could only be killed. Lu Yi patted giant armor on the shoulder to calm him down, then took out the token from his storage pouch and waved it at the few Immortal Essence defenders who were rushing toward him. The hostile Immortal Essence defenders immediately stopped in their tracks. The leader of the squad even bowed to Lu Yi. "My lord!" Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The situation was similar to his prediction. Just now, he guessed that this token might have a certain effect on the spirits in the city. Otherwise, the woman in the red dress wouldn't have given him such a thing. From the looks of it now, it did indeed have some influence, and it was not a small one at that. He did not know what this token represented, but it actually made a small captain of the Immortal Essence guards call him Lord. Since they call me Lord, does that mean I can command or mobilize these Immortal Essence guards? Lu Yi suddenly had an idea. There's a mission. Follow me. Do you have the Great Commander? We are responsible for patrolling the area, and we cannot leave our posts without the orders of the Grand Commander. In other words, with this token, he could walk around the city unscrupulously. Lu Yi waved his hand dispiritedly. In that case, continue your patrol. Yes. The team leader responded and left with a few Immortal Essence guards. The ghost cultivator who was hiding at the side revealed himself again. His face was full of surprise. Lu Ye's pet beast being able to control spirits was already amazing. Who would have thought that he would take out a token and make the Immortal Essence guards call him sir? The ghost cultivator had never seen such a bizarre thing. Moreover, the existence of this token had never been mentioned in the various intelligence reports of the Immortal Essence City. This was very important information. The Immortal Essence City wouldn't appear only once. It would appear again in the future. If another cultivator could get this token, they would no longer have to worry about being troubled by the immortal essence guards. It could be said that if this information was sold to the Tianji Business Alliance, it would be worth hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. But soon he thought of another matter and hurriedly sent a message to Ji Yan. Ji Yan was also very tempted after learning about the token. He told him to help Lu Yi deal with the matter at hand first and talk about other things later. The ghost cultivator naturally did. Under his lead, Lu Yi and Giant Beetle went in a direction. On the way, they occasionally encountered immortal essence guards. Lu Yi used the token to send them away. After a full 4 hours, they arrived at a spacious place. Looking around, there were nearly 20 people gathered there. All of them were injured. These people were the only cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge who had entered the Immortal Essence City this time. Chu Qing and Ruoyan were among them. They didn't choose to hide. They were hiding before, but now they've come out again. Fellow Taoist E, be careful of any traps, the ghost cultivator reminded. Under normal circumstances, this group of prodigal dogs would naturally hide if they could and wouldn't show up easily. However, although the Immortal Essence City wasn't small, it was only so big. They could hide for a while, but they couldn't hide forever. If the Grand Heaven Alliance really wanted to hunt them down, they wouldn't be able to hide. It should be because they realized this that they moved from their hiding place to this spacious place. This place couldn't ambush people, and it wasn't easy to be ambushed. Let's go. They seem to be waiting for us. Lu Yi called out to Giant Beetle. With his hand on the hilt of his saber, he walked forward step by step. Giant Beetle followed closely beside him. As they got closer, many spiritual bodies flew out from Hupo's body. Giant Beetle's eyes slowly turned dark red as he stared at the woman called Hui. The ghost cultivator wanted to go forward and help, but he remembered Ji Yan's previous instructions and didn't follow. As the two of them and the spiritual bodies approached, the Myriad Demon's Ridge gradually became restless. In the crowd, Chu Qing opened her eyes and slowly stood up. She quietly looked forward. Standing 300 feet away from the Myriad Demon's Ridge, Lu Yi and Chu Qing looked at each other. "It's really the two of you," Chu Qing said. Lu Yi didn't say anything. "Have you found the cat?" Chu Qing asked again. When Lu Yi brought the white cat back to the woman in the red dress, the restraints on him and Giant Beetle were released. At the same time, the invisible restraints on Chu Qing and the others were also released. It was also at that moment that Chu Qing vaguely felt that something was wrong, because some things were too coincidental. Among the 20 Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators who survived, 70% of them were from the Wind Flower Court. The remaining few were itinerant cultivators. When they first fled here, Chu Qing didn't think too much about it. She thought that the cultivators from her family were lucky, especially her and Ruin. In the previous battles, there were very few attacks directed at them. But what if it wasn't pure luck? Perhaps someone wanted them to live temporarily so that they could personally take revenge? If that was the case, everything could be explained. In the entire Grand Heaven Alliance, only Lu Yi would do this, and he also had the capital to do so. Now that the woman in the red dress restraints had been released, there was nothing that could stop them from killing each other. Therefore, she made a prompt decision to bring the remaining people here from their hiding place, because this was the only way they could drag Lu Yi or Giant Beetle down with them before they died. If they continued to hide, they would only be surrounded by the Grand Heaven Alliance. At that time, their deaths would be meaningless. Chu Qing looked like she still wanted to say something, but Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to listen. Attack! With an order, many nightmare spirits attacked together. The sound of crying and the sound of a pipa sounded first, followed by the spirit binding chains. A few special spirit bodies displayed their remarkable abilities. Among them, the butcher, who didn't contribute much in the previous battles, rushed forward with Giant Beetle with his bone-paring knife. The myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators who had been ready for a long time naturally wouldn't sit still and immediately counterattacked. Lu Ye's nightmare spirits alone weren't something these myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators could deal with, not to mention Giant Beetle as a helper now. With such a vigorous body, cultivator standing in front of him, he would attract far too many attacks. Giant armor had already refined the defensive spirit artifact that Lu Yi had given him. He placed it in front of him, turning it into a shield. As he strode forward, there was nothing in front of him that could stop him from charging forward. Boom! 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 Endless booms could be heard, accompanied by cries and screams. When Giant Beetle crashed into the crowd and the butcher raised his bone-paring knife, this group of myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators' final fate was sealed. A long saber suddenly attacked Giant Beetle from the side, aiming for his temple. Giant Beetle withdrew his head and suddenly turned around, sending a punch in that direction. The violent attack shattered a myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator. Giant Beetle then saw the owner of the long saber. He didn't care and stepped forward to attack the owner of the long saber. The battle was chaotic, but Chu-Ching didn't suffer any attacks. However, she didn't dare to act rashly because Lu Yi was staring at her. Lu Yi raised his hand and slowly pulled out his mountain pan saber, pointing at the ground. "If you can block 3 of my sabers, I'll let you live." The moment he said the word die, Lu Yi turned into an afterimage. Chu-Ching's sense of danger reached its peak, and she instinctively raised her 2 swords. Fiery red spirit energy flowed in front of her as the saber slashed down on her 2 swords. Sparks flew in all directions as crisp clinking sounds rang out. Chu-Ching only felt a copious amount of energy assaulting her from above. Even if she used all the strength in her body, she was still somewhat unable to block this extremely swift and violent blade. Her body continuously bent down under the pressure. The long blade slowly pressed down, the sharp edge of the blade cutting through the clothes on her shoulders, revealing the treasured armor underneath. She clenched her teeth and fiercely exerted strength in her arms. Just as she was about to use all of her strength to block the saber, the mountain pan saber suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Heavy pressure spirit rune. With a hum, even the air seemed to distort. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky, pressing down on Chu-Ching's shoulders. Her already short body could no longer hold on, and she fell to her knees with a loud bang. Chu-Ching's face revealed a pained expression. She could faintly feel the bones in her legs breaking. Chapter 281. As a ghost cultivator, fighting head-on had never been Chu-Ching's strong suit. This time, if she hadn't been forced into a corner, she wouldn't have revealed herself at the very beginning. Previously, she had joined forces with Qiao Yun and Ruoyan to attack Lu Yi, so she was well aware of this youth's strength and terror. Thus, when he said that he would spare her life if she could block 3 strikes, Chu-Ching didn't think he was bluffing. He really did have the ability to do so, but she never expected that she wouldn't even be able to block a single strike from him. That strike didn't have any technique to speak of. It was purely a suppression formed by speed and strength. The terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared, but Chu-Ching didn't rejoice because of this. Instead, she felt her hair stand on end. The fiery red light once again flowed before her eyes. This strike came from below. The raised blade collided with her 2 swords. The web between her thumb and forefinger split open and her arms went numb. Her 2 short swords flew out in response. Kneeling on the ground, Chu-Ching, who had lost her spiritual tools, looked up and saw the youth in front of her stabbing straight at her heart. This was the 3rd strike. If she blocked this strike, would he really let her go? This thought involuntarily emerged in her mind. She suddenly felt that she was very laughable. When she discovered this youth in the valley, she saw a chance to avenge Chu Shui. However, Not only did this ambush fail to kill him, it instead caused her side to suffer disastrous losses. The following confrontation even caused the Windflower Courtyard to suffer countless casualties. Even now, at this critical moment of life and death, she actually still hoped for the enemy's pity? So, she wasn't as fearless as she thought. In the face of death, she still wanted to live. A dagger appeared in her hand out of thin air. She didn't try to dodge this strike because she couldn't. However, this was her chance. She had the protection of her armor artifact. The enemy's strike couldn't kill her. As long as she didn't die, it would be the enemy's death. The dagger in her hand flashed with spiritual light, and she took the opportunity to cut at Lu Ye's neck. The dagger stopped at the side of Lu Ye's neck, but Chu Qing seemed to have lost all the strength in her body. She couldn't move at all. Her pupils abruptly contracted. She slowly lowered her head. She saw that the slightly heavy and not at all sharp blade had pierced through her armor and through her body. The moment the blade pierced her body, thousands of long thorns suddenly appeared, riddling her body with holes. Who doesn't want to live? Lu Yi said indifferently as he unsheathed his Panshan saber. Chu Qing's body fell to the ground, the light in her eyes quickly dissipating. That's right, who doesn't want to live? Atop the golden light, the Fifth Order boy just wanted to live, but there were so many people who wanted him dead. Perhaps these people had never met each other before, and there was no hatred between them. What was the point of all this resentment? Roar! Giant armor's roar came from the side. Lu Yi shook off the blood on his mountain plate blade and raised his head to look. He saw that Zhu Jia was forcibly withstanding Ruo Yan's attacks, forcing her into a desperate situation step by step. The defensive spirit tool that was still in his hand was also thrown away. Zhu Jia's qi and blood were boiling. The blood-red qi and earthy yellow spirit energy blended together. Although Ruo Yan's blade was sharp, it was very difficult to cause any substantial damage to him. At most, it would only cause some superficial wounds. Ruo Yan must have been punched by giant armor, because her left shoulder blade had caved in, and her entire arm was hanging limply. She struggled with all her might, but in the end it was all in vain. When giant armor grabbed her long blade, ignoring the cut on his hand, and viciously pulled her in front of him, everything was over. Giant armor's large foot kicked Ruo Yan's petite body, sending her flying. In mid-air, Ruo Yan spat out blood, mixed with pieces of her internal organs. Falling to the ground, Ruo Yan had already lost the strength to move. Giant armor's kick had taken away half of her life, and who knew how many bones in her body had been broken. Watching giant armor's battle was the most direct and violent, shocking to the heart. Giant armor threw away the long blade in his hand, strode forward, bent down, and grabbed Ruo Yan's head with his big hand. Lifting the gasping Ruo Yan up, he stared at her, his mouth and nose spewing out billowing heat waves, like a fierce beast that was choosing a person to devour. Ruo Yan's lips squirmed, as if she wanted to say something, but the surging blood made her only able to make gurgling sounds. Giant armor grabbed her head and slammed her to the ground, causing a pool of blood to spurt out. Roar! He roared towards the sky. Revenge had been taken. When Ji Yan led a group of people from the divine hidden palace to this place, the battle had already ended. The death of the 20 people led by Chu Qing meant that the myriad Devil Ridge's camp had been completely destroyed. Perhaps there were still some fish that had escaped and hidden, but that was no longer a big deal. If they encountered them, they would take care of them in passing. As for deliberately looking for them, it was meaningless. Lu Yi sat on a flight of steps, cracking the restrictions on his storage bag. Giant armor sat beside him, sharing jerky with Hupa. Ji Yan stepped forward, somewhat hesitant to speak. Brother Ji, is something the matter? Lu Yi took the initiative to ask. I have something to ask of you. Ji Yan nodded. It's like this. This time, my divine hidden palace is actually led by senior brother Gu Shenyang. Slowly, Lu Yi understood what he wanted from him. As the guardian of the divine hidden palace's encampment, Gu Shenyang had both strength and prestige. It was just that he was unlucky and was captured by the Immortal Origin Guards when he entered Immortal Origin City. Generally, when encountering such a thing, one could only admit that they were unlucky. In the past, there had been people who wanted to save those captured cultivators, but in the end, it was simply impossible. This was because the dungeon seemed to be an important place in Immortal Origin City. There were many Immortal Origin Guards guarding it, and there were many commander-level ones among them. It was not something that Spirit Stream realm cultivators could deal with, no matter how many of them there were. Originally, the Divine Hidden Palace did not want to save people, but they saw hope when Lu Yi obtained a token from the woman in the red dress. Only then did Lu Yi understand why the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge were at a disadvantage when they fought, even though their numbers were about the same. It turned out that Ji Yan was not the guardian of the Divine Hidden Palace. He had only been ordered to do so in the face of danger. Naturally, his commanding ability was just passable. As for saving people from the dungeon, Lu Yi had not thought about that. After all, those cultivators who were imprisoned in the dungeon had little to do with him. However, after listening to Ji Yan's words, he vaguely felt that this plan might work. After going through so much trouble to help the woman in the red dress capture Tang Yuan, the other party had only given him a token that was not very useful. This really did not make sense. If that token could enter the dungeon, then the situation would be different. He took out the token from his storage bag and tossed it to Ji Yan. Ji Yan took it and was very happy. He kept thanking him. He immediately led a group of cultivators from the Divine Hidden Palace toward the dungeon, ready to save Gu Qinyang as soon as possible. However, in less than 2 hours, the people from the Divine Hidden Palace ran back with their heads and faces covered in dirt. Moreover, there were fewer of them. Lu Yi looked at them with a puzzled expression. He did not know what had happened to them. Ji Yan said with a bitter expression, "Brother Yi, you may have to do this yourself. This token doesn't work?" If the token did not work, then it would not work even if he did it himself. It's not the token's problem. Previously, I asked the disciples to go to the dungeon with the token. In the end, the Immortal Origin Guards there said that they stole the token. Several disciples were arrested on the spot. If the disciple with the token had not been quick enough to throw it back, I'm afraid that the token would have been lost. Lu Yi finally knew why there were fewer people from the Divine Hidden Palace. It turned out that they had run over and been captured by the Immortal Origin Guards. Fortunately, the people from the Divine Hidden Palace also found out some information. The token was useful. The key was that the person holding the token was not right, which led the Immortal Origin Guards to think that they had stolen the token. Ji Yan also confirmed this on the way back. When Lu Yi encountered the Immortal Origin Guards, he waved the token, and those patrolling Immortal Origin Guards did not dare to act rashly. However, now he asked people to take the token to those patrolling Immortal Origin Guards. It was useless. They would still take action when they needed to. After thinking about it, Ji Yan felt that it was still possible to solve this problem by Lu Yi personally. That was why he came back to find him. Lu Yi did not expect things to turn out like this. Now that he thought about it, the woman in the red dress gave him the token, which meant that she had approved of it. Only he or Giant Armor could use it. Others could not use the token to its full potential. Then I'll go personally, but I can't guarantee that it will work. Lu Yi stood up. Ji Yan was grateful. Whether it works or not, the Divine Hidden Palace will remember Brother Yi's kindness. Let's go. Lu Yi gestured with his hand. He did not know where the dungeon was, and he had never been there. Ji Yan immediately led the way. After less than an hour, they came to a corner of the city. There was a building in front of them, and a large round plaque with the word "Prison" hung above it. This should be the dungeon of the Immortal Origin City. Dozens of Immortal Origin Guards stood outside the dungeon, and there were also small teams patrolling nearby. It was obvious that the defense was very strong. Lu Yi looked for a while and knew that this was not a place that could be broken through by brute force. He could only see the immortal origin guards outside. Who knew how many immortal origin guards there were inside the dungeon? "I'm going," Lu Yi said and walked forward. Hoopa squatted on his shoulder, biting the token in his mouth. Giant Armor stepped forward to follow. Lu Yi turned his head and glanced at him. "Together," Giant Armor said. "Brother Yi, if you can't do it, don't force yourself." Ji Yan's voice came from behind. They walked forward and soon arrived in front of the dungeon. The immortal origin guard standing here only glanced at Lu Yi and then ignored him. Seeing this, Ji Yan, who had been on tenterhooks all this time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, things were as he thought. That token was only useful to Lu Yi and Giant Armor. Even if others took it, they would be hunted down by the immortal origin guards. They came straight to the entrance of the dungeon, and immortal origin guard suddenly blocked their way. Giant Armor's flesh began to wriggle, and Lu Yi put his finger on the hilt of his saber. This immortal origin guard was very strong. Looking at the spiritual light on the surface of his body, he was much stronger than Feng Yuechan. This was most likely a spiritual body of the Cloud River tier. If they fought, the two of them together would not be a match for him. Chapter 282. This Cloud River tier immortal essence guard is at least a commander, Lu Yi thought to himself. Lord Supervisor, what brings you here? The immortal essence guard glanced at the token in Hoopo's mouth and asked. Lu Yi finally understood the identity of the token. However, the word supervisor was somewhat thought-provoking, and he didn't know what he was supposed to supervise. I heard that some people were captured here, Lu Yi asked. The immortal essence guard nodded. Those people trespassed into the immortal essence city without regard for law and order. They disturbed the people and made their lives miserable. The immortal essence guard is also acting according to the city lord's rules. There was not a single living person in the entire immortal essence city, so how could they disturb the people and make their lives miserable? Lu Yi knew that even if these immortal essence guards had some spiritual intelligence, their consciousness was still muddled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily acknowledged him as the Lord's supervisor. He naturally wouldn't argue with them, and he said indifferently, I'm here on the orders of that Lord to take people away. That Lord? The immortal essence guard leader was suspicious at first, but then he seemed to realize something and said with a frown, the dungeon is an important place for the immortal essence guards. Even if the Lord's supervisor wants to take people away, he still needs that Lord's warrant. Lu Yi didn't know who this Lord was, but he was just using the red-dressed woman's tiger skin as a flag. In his mind, since the red-dressed woman could casually give him a token that represented the identity of a supervisor, her status in the city must be high. It was impossible to ask the red-dressed woman for a warrant now, so he slightly channeled his spiritual power, and the hand holding the saber slightly tightened. He said expressionlessly, I didn't see any warrant, only that Lord's password. If the immortal essence guards don't want to let people go, then you can go and explain to that Lord personally. The immortal essence guard in front of him had a conflicted expression, and it was obvious that he was in a difficult position. This made Lu Yi understand that the red-dressed woman was indeed a good tiger skin. Forget it. Since it's a request from that Lord, I don't think the city Lord will refuse. Come with me, the immortal essence guard leader said, as he turned and raised his hand to press on the heavy door in front of him. A spiritual light flashed on the door, and complicated veined patterns flowed. Then the door slowly opened. Not far away, Jian, who was observing the situation, let out a long sigh of relief. When he saw Lu Yi looking like he was about to start a fight, he was worried to death. He was already prepared to send people from the Hidden God Palace to help. He was the one who had requested for Lu Yi to go to the dungeon to save someone. If Lu Yi was in any danger, Shenin Palace would not sit idly by. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. As they entered the dungeon, the door behind them slammed shut. Lu Ye's heart tightened. If a fight broke out, there would be nowhere to run. Fortunately, the immortal essence guardians leading the way did not have any intention of attacking. They led Lu Yi and giant armor all the way down. The entrance to the dungeon was a spiral staircase that was dozens of feet deep. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the dark dungeon. Looking around, the environment was dark and damp. There were only a few torches on both sides of the corridor, and the weak flames flickered. Curses and indignant roars came from all over the prison. Lu Yi glanced around and found a somewhat familiar face looking at him from the front of the iron bars with an inexplicably surprised expression. If he was not mistaken, this person was from Shenin Palace. He was one of the people who came here with Ji Yin just now. In the end, he was caught and brought here. This person... Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed at the cultivator from Shenin Palace. The Immortal Essence Guardian's commander waved his hand, and a spiritual body that looked like a prison guard immediately appeared beside him. There was a bunch of keys hanging from his waist. "Bring him out." The prison guard hurriedly responded and took out a key to open the cell door. The cultivator from Shenin Palace quickly walked out. Lu Yi gave him a look and asked him to stand beside him. Then, they continued to move forward. The Immortal Essence Guardian's commander and the prison guard followed closely behind. When they passed by a cell, Lu Yi poked his head out to take a look. Immediately, a haggard face came up to him. At first, he was stunned, but then he was pleasantly surprised. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist, save me!" Lu Yi turned his head and looked at the cultivator from Shenin Palace beside him. The other party shook his head, indicating that he did not know him. Lu Yi raised the back of his hand and revealed the battlefield imprint. The cultivator's expression changed, and he forced a smile. "I'm also from Haotian Alliance. Fellow Taoist, please save me." Lu Yi did not bother to pay attention to him and continued to move forward. The imprisoned cultivators heard the commotion here and stood at the door to look around. Every time he saw someone, Lu Yi asked the cultivator from Shenin Palace to identify them. If he knew them, he would save them. If he did not know them, he would use the battlefield imprint to determine their camps. If they were from Haotian Alliance, he would save them. As for those from Myriad Devil Ridge, he did not care whether they lived or died. However, what made Lu Yi a little vigilant was that this dungeon was a little strange. The imprisoned cultivators did not have any obvious injuries. Obviously, they had not been treated too harshly. They were simply locked up here. However, except for the few cultivators from Shenin Palace who had just been imprisoned, the others were extremely haggard. Some of them had pale faces, and some of them even had difficulty standing up. At this moment, they were being carried on the shoulders of giant armors. Their bodies were filled with a rotten aura. Lu Yi also felt that since he entered this dungeon, something indescribable seemed to be slowly flowing out of his body. He could not help but feel sleepy and tired. He did not know what exactly was flowing out of his body, but this place was not suitable for him to stay for long. He immediately sped up the search. Cultivators from Haotian Alliance were rescued one by one. The expression of the commander of the Immortal Essence Defenders, who followed behind Lu Yi, slowly became unsightly. This was because Lu Yi had released too many people. "Senior Marshal Brother Gu!" A shout was heard. The cultivators from Shenin Palace had finally found Gu Shenyang, who was imprisoned here. They asked the prison guard to open the door. A few disciples from Shenin Palace rushed in and carried Gu Shenyang, who was almost unable to stand up, out. "Lord Supervisor, is it still not enough?" The commander of the Immortal Essence Defenders asked, faintly revealing his displeasure. "It's enough." The place where Gu Shenyang was imprisoned was the innermost part of the dungeon. It was not because of his strength, but because Gu Shenyang was among the first batch of people to be captured, so he was thrown in the innermost part. Those who should be saved had been saved. Under Lu Ye's lead, nearly 30 people walked out in a mighty manner. However, most of them looked haggard. Giant Armors even carried 2 people with both hands and 2 under his armpits. The others were supporting each other. Behind them, the cries for help and curses of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators could be heard. The dungeon's door closed with a loud bang. They walked out of the dungeon along the spiral staircase and came to the surface. The group of cultivators had tears in their eyes. They could not help but feel that they were living in the world again, although they did not know what Lu Yi had done to have the ability to bring them out of the dungeon. They knew that they should keep quiet. If they had any questions, it would not be too late to ask them after they were out of danger. Lu Yi gave Giant Armors a look and asked him to leave first. He cupped his fists at the commander of the Immortal Essence Defenders and said, "Thank you." The commander snorted coldly. Obviously, he was unwilling to pay attention to him. Lu Yi was not annoyed by the snub. He turned around and left leisurely. When he returned to the place where he parted ways with Ji Yan and the others, Ji Yan immediately came up to him and expressed his gratitude. Lu Yi waved his hand. Speaking of which, he did not pay much this time. At most, he took a risk. If he really did not have the ability to save people, then so be it. However, since he had the ability and so many Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators were detained, he would feel uneasy if he did not save them. Previously, when his identity was exposed, there were many Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators who took turns to escort him. Now, the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators in the city had been purged. Those who were still alive were basically imprisoned in the dungeon. There might be a few fish that escaped the net outside, but they definitely hid somewhere and did not dare to show their faces. There was not much danger in the city. They just had to be careful when dealing with the patrolling Immortal Essence Defenders. The people of the Shinin Palace found a large courtyard in the city and prepared to settle down there while waiting for the Immortal Essence City to close. The people who were rescued just now were all settled there. Ji Yan brought a group of people and waited here. Firstly, he wanted to thank Lu Yi, and secondly, he wanted to invite him to come with him. "I still have some things to do. I will look for Brother Ji after I finish them." Ji Yan nodded. "Then I will wait for fellow Taoist Yi Ye's news." Saying so, he led the people around him and left. After they left, Lu Yi looked at Giant Armor again. Since Sima Yang's death, Giant Armor had been following him, almost never leaving his side. This was partly because of Hupa, but also because of what Lu Yi said to him at the beginning. Everyone had a grudge against the Windflower Courtyard, so it was naturally better to work together. Now that the people of the Windflower Courtyard were all dead, Giant Armor's grudge could be considered avenged. "What are your plans for the future?" Lu Yi asked casually as he walked. Giant Armor lowered his head and followed without saying a word. Since he started cultivating, he had been following Sima Yang. He never thought about what he would do tomorrow or where he would go. Wherever Sima Yang went, he would follow. Now that Sima Yang was dead, he suddenly felt a little lost. "If you don't have any plans, follow me for the time being." "Okay." Giant Armor agreed readily. Lu Yi was in a good mood. Giant Armor was a talent that every sect coveted. Even if he was already a 9th Order, those sects were willing to make an exception for him. It was just that Sima Yang had obstructed them in the past, so they did not join any sect, but it was different now. Sima Yang was dead, so as long as Giant Armor continued to follow him, he would be a member of the Blue Blood sect in the future. Although the Blue Blood sect had taken in some disciples and had gained a firm foothold in the outer circle, there were not many that could really be taken out. Lu Yi did not expect that he would pick up such a powerful body cultivator on this trip to Immortal Essence City. Even though he knew that it was wrong to think so, but he had to thank Sima Yang and the Windflower Courtyard. Lu Yi estimated that even if he offered to take Giant Armor in as a disciple now, he would not refuse. But this kind of thing was not urgent and could be done slowly. At the very least, he had to cultivate a sense of belonging to the sect. Otherwise, even if he took him in as a disciple, it would be meaningless. Now that he was not in the sect, there was no need to mention the sense of belonging, but he could cultivate Giant Armor's recognition of him. Giant Armor was loyal to someone like Simeon. So, as long as he treated Giant Armor well, would he be afraid that Giant Armor would not recognize him? Chapter 283. What's more, Lu Yi and Giant Armor were connected by Hoopa. Lu Yi still couldn't figure out how Hoopa and Giant Armor got along so well. They were strangers who met by chance, but they seemed to be very close. How many merit points do you have now? Lu Yi suddenly thought of something. Giant Armor's 9th order cultivation meant that he had opened 180 apertures. When a cultivator reached this level, they should find a suitable heaven-grade secret art. There were very few sources for heaven-grade secret arts. The biggest source was to spend merit points to exchange from the Heaven's Secret treasure house. However, because of the restrictions of the Heaven's Secret, the heaven-grade secret arts exchanged could only be used by the cultivator and could not be passed on to others. Therefore, it was impossible to learn a heaven-grade secret art from others. Heaven-grade secret arts were the key for cultivators to break through to the Cloud River realm. Without a heaven-grade secret art, one would not be able to open their spirit apertures and break through to the Cloud River realm. Therefore, for cultivators who are qualified to break through to the Cloud River realm, a heaven-grade secret art was a must. It was not cheap. Many cultivators had been accumulating merit points since they started cultivating, but they might not have enough even after reaching the 9th order. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, because of the lack of heaven-grade secret arts, there were many cultivators stuck at the 9th order, especially rogue cultivators. When he was with Simeon, Giant Armor did not kill anyone. If he did not kill enemies, how could he get merit points? 35, Giant Armor replied in a muffled voice. Although he had guessed it, Lu Yi still felt incredulous when he heard this number. A dignified 9th order cultivator actually only had 35 merit points. These 35 merit points were probably obtained by killing a few cultivators from Windflower Courtyard. In other words, when he was with Simeon, Giant Armor really did not have any merit points. Lu Yi did not know how long Giant Armor had been stuck at the 9th order, but it was definitely not a short time. He had to quickly get him a heaven-grade secret art. If he just relied on killing enemies, he would not be able to accumulate so many merit points in a short time. However, there were other ways to obtain merit points. He would have to wait until he left Immortal Essence City. Continuing forward, they soon arrived at the central area of Immortal Essence City. Before this, whether it was Grand Heaven Alliance or Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, they tried their best to avoid coming to this place because it was close to Immortal Essence City's Lord's Mansion. The cultivator with the red dress woman was already unfathomable. No one knew what kind of cultivator the City Lord was. The Immortal Essence City had been opened so many times, but no cultivator had ever seen the City Lord. It was said that those who had seen the City Lord were all dead. The reason Lu Yi came here was not to see the City Lord. His purpose in coming here was to see if he could get some benefits. Originally, he didn't think of this. However, after using the token to save Gu Qingyang and many Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators from the dungeon, he realized that the token given to him by the red-dressed woman was more or less useful. What was the greatest benefit of the Immortal Essence City? It was the legendary soul cleansing pool. Anyone who knew a little about Immortal Essence City would know this information. Lu Yi wondered if he could enter the soul cleansing pool with his token. If he could, then he would have struck it rich this time. The effect of the soul cleansing pool was to target the divine soul. The divine soul could not be seen or touched, and the Spirit Stream realm cultivators were temporarily unable to come into contact with it. However, being unable to come into contact with it did not mean that it did not exist. Everyone had their own divine soul. If he could gain some benefits from the soul cleansing pool, it would be of great benefit to his future growth. The soul cleansing pool was in the City Lord's mansion. So even though Lu Yi knew that the elusive City Lord's cultivation was terrifying, he still had to bite the bullet and try. What if his idea was feasible? In front of the City Lord's mansion, there were 2 teams of Immortal Essence guards standing guard. Those Immortal Essence guards were not ordinary Immortal Essence guards. Each of them was at the commander level, and the spiritual light on the surface of their bodies was not inferior to that of the commander guarding the dungeon. When Lu Yi brought giant armor to the entrance of the city lord's mansion, pairs of eyes stared at him, instantly making him feel pressured. One of the Immortal Essence guards even shouted in a low voice, "The city lord's mansion is an important place. Unrelated people are not allowed to come close." Lu Yi took the token from Hu Po's mouth, raised it with one hand, and said in a deep voice, "I'm here on the orders of that lord." He was going to use the red-dressed woman's tiger skin as a flag again. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Essence guard was indifferent and only said coldly, "Leave quickly or we'll kill you without mercy." Judging from his expression, if it weren't for the token in Lu Yi's hand, he would have already killed his way over. Lu Yi still wanted to try, but the group of Immortal Essence guards suddenly pulled out the weapons at their waists. Their killing intent began to spread, and they shouted in unison, "Retreat!" Giant Armor clenched his fists foolishly, and his chi and blood began to boil. Lu Yi grabbed him, turned around, and ran. After running for 2 blocks, Lu Yi finally came to a stop, knowing that his plan had failed. The situation just now was very obvious. Even if he had the token given by the red-dressed woman, he couldn't enter the city lord's mansion. The soul cleansing pool was in the city lord's mansion. If he couldn't even enter the city lord's mansion, how could he talk about the soul cleansing pool? He felt a little regretful, but it was also reasonable. If the greatest benefit of the Immortal Essence City was really so easy to obtain, then the cultivators who entered the Immortal Essence City before would have already obtained a lot. How could it be so precious? "Let's go." He called out to Giant Armor, and while moving forward he contacted Ji Yan. There was no need to think about the soul cleansing pool. The people of the Myriad Devil Ridge were almost wiped out. There weren't many benefits in the Immortal Essence City, so there was no need to waste time searching. All that was left was to wait. Soon, Ji Yan sent a message and pointed the way for Lu Yi. For hours later, Lu Yi arrived in front of a large courtyard. Ji Yan was waiting at the door. Seeing that Lu Yi had returned, he naturally welcomed him warmly. As for what Lu Yi had done, he didn't ask. This courtyard was very large. It should have belonged to a large family. There were several entrances and exits. Under Ji Yan's arrangement, Lu Yi and Giant Armor were arranged to rest in a small, independent courtyard. The Hidden God Palace was grateful for Lu Yi's previous kindness. Every day, meals would be sent over. Lu Yi didn't know how long it would take for the Immortal Essence City to close. Calculating the time, it had only been open for less than 7 or 8 days. He thought that he still had to wait for a few more days. He wasn't in a hurry. It was rare to have such a stable environment. The Immortal Essence City was rich in heaven and earth spirit chi. It was just right for him to cultivate and improve his strength. While cultivating, he would also read the books brought out from Madame Yun and learn the Tao of spirit runes. At most, he would consume some spirit chi when constructing spirit runes, which would slow down his cultivation speed. Because he had mentioned to Madame Yun that he wanted to break the formation. The books that Madame Yun asked him to bring out were all about this. If he wanted to break the formation, he had to know how to set it up, and this was related to the use of spirit runes. He lived in seclusion here, so no one came to disturb him. It wasn't until 2 days later that guests came to visit. They were the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators that Lu Yi had rescued from the dungeon. Among them, Gu Kenyang was the leader, accompanied by Ji Yan. These people specially came to thank him. In the past, when cultivators were imprisoned in the Immortal Essence City's dungeon, very few of them could survive. This time, if Lu Yi hadn't gone to rescue them, these cultivators would have most likely died in the dungeon. Only those who had stayed in the dungeon would know the strangeness of that place. Such a life-saving grace naturally made the cultivators very grateful. After chatting for a while, most of the cultivators left. Only Gu Qingyang and Ji Yen stayed. Gu Qingyang proposed to form an alliance contract with Lu Yi, and Lu Yi naturally agreed. This was one of the reasons why he came to the inner circle. The two of them immediately used their authority as guardian to form an alliance contract. Although this alliance contract was only limited to the spirit stream battlefield, it was enough. Then, Gu Qingyang sent an invitation to Lu Yi, asking him to be a guest at the Hidden God Palace's encampment after the matter in the Immortal Essence City was over. Lu Yi also agreed. After chatting for a while, Gu Qingyang still had lingering fears when he mentioned the dungeon. According to him, once one entered the dungeon, they would feel like they were slowly waiting for death. The dungeon was constantly devouring the life force of those imprisoned. This was also the reason why Gu Qingyang was extremely dispirited after being rescued, as if his body had been hollowed out. He was indeed not injured, but his life force had been severely drained. Even if he went back this time, he would need to recuperate for a while to recover. After listening to him, Lu Yi finally understood why he had a strange feeling in the dungeon. He hadn't been in the dungeon for a long time, so his experience was not as deep as Gu Qingyang's. He finally understood why cultivators who were imprisoned in the dungeon rarely survived. Their life force was constantly being devoured. Once their life force was severely drained, they would definitely die. Only people with strong physiques and vigorous life force could live for a long time in the dungeon. For example, giant armor. If he was imprisoned in the dungeon, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to last until the Immortal Essence City closed. After chatting for a while, Gu Qingyang took his leave. Lu Yi sent him out of the small courtyard and returned the way he came. Just as he was about to enter the house to continue cultivating, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Giant armor was sitting cross-legged on the ground, motionless, cultivating. If one were to sense it carefully, they could even feel the traces of world energy pouring into his body. Giant armor's talent in cultivation was definitely very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cause such a commotion. That was indeed the case. Giant armor was born in the spirit stream battlefield. It was Sima Yang who discovered him and led him on the path of cultivation. At that time, Sima Yang was already in the third order spirit stream realm. But after cultivating with Sima Yang, his cultivation caught up and even surpassed Sima Yang. If he didn't have a very high cultivation talent, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. As if sensing Lu Ye's gaze, Giant Armor opened his eyes and looked at him with a puzzled look. He didn't know why Lu Yi was staring at him. You've already opened 180 apertures. Without a heaven-grade secret art, is this cultivation effective? Lu Yi asked. Logically speaking, Giant Armor didn't need to cultivate in his situation because he didn't have a way to open the subsequent spirit apertures. No matter how much he cultivated, the spirit energy in his body wouldn't increase. At most, it would keep his spirit apertures full, but this was meaningless. But these 2 days, Lu Yi found that Giant Armor was very diligent in his cultivation. Other than eating, sleeping, or playing with Hupa, he basically just sat there and didn't move. It was rare for him to be able to endure loneliness. This made Lu Yi feel that he had to get a heaven-grade secret art for Giant Armor as soon as possible. Chapter 284. Giant Armor's great talent could not be wasted. Hearing Lu Ye's question, Giant Armor smiled foolishly, raised a hand, and pointed at his lower abdomen, saying, "Store it!" "What do you mean?" Giant Armor scratched his head, somewhat unsure of how to explain. So he simply did not explain. He punched his abdomen, then opened his mouth and spat out something. It was an earthy yellow round bead. This bizarre scene stunned Lu Yi. There was actually an inexplicable bead in Giant Armor's stomach. "What's this?" Giant Armor casually tossed the bead over. Lu Yi hurriedly caught it and examined it carefully. Vaguely, a term he once heard from second senior, sister, popped up in his mind. Beast core. It was said that when a demonic beast's strength reached the level of Cloud River Tier, a beast core would condense in its body. that was the source of a demonic beast's power, and its value was extremely high. Many beast cores could be used to concoct pills, refine tools, or even set up formations. The thing in his hand somewhat resembled a beast core. Giant Armor was a demonic beast, but Giant Armor was clearly a human, and he was not even a demonic cultivator because he did not have the characteristics of a demonic cultivator. But if this was not a beast core, then what was it? Upon closer inspection, one could see that the surface of this bead was not smooth, but there were many fine diamond-shaped protrusions, forming a thin film that enveloped the entire bead. Lu Yi really could not see anything special. He slightly urged his spirit power, and in the next moment his expression changed abruptly. He detected a spirit power sealed in this bead. That spirit power was vast and pure. If such spirit power suddenly exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yi hurriedly withdrew his spirit power to avoid any accidents. What was certain was that this bead was extremely important to Giant Armor, but he directly tossed it to him, showing his trust in him. This made Lu Yi feel a little emotional. Recalling what Giant Armor said before, Lu Yi suddenly reacted. "You can store the spirit power obtained from cultivation in here?" N. Giant Armor nodded. "I can use it when I need it?" N. Lu Yi exhaled softly, secretly exclaiming. He had seen things that could store spiritual power. There was a spiritual pattern called spirit storage that could store spiritual power. Any spiritual weapon used to control weapons must have a spirit storage restriction. Otherwise, it would not be able to be used for a long time. However, the huge amount of spiritual power stored in the round bead in Giant Beetle's stomach was incomparable to any spirit storage restriction. It was no wonder that Giant Armor had been cultivating even without a heaven-tier cultivation method. With this round bead, the spiritual power he obtained from his cultivation would not be wasted and could be stored inside. When he needed to use it, he could release his spiritual energy from the bead. In other words, in terms of spirit chi endurance, Giant Armor surpassed all spirit stream realm cultivators. Even those ninth-order cultivators who had switched to heaven-grade secret arts couldn't compare with him. Giant Armor's cultivation had been stuck for 2 to 3 years. It was hard to imagine how much spiritual power was stored in the bead after such a long time. Thinking up to there, Lu Yi realized something else. Although Zhu Jia's cultivation was stuck because he did not have a Tian-tier cultivation method, his cultivation progress would not stop because of that. As long as he had a suitable cultivation method, he would be able to use the stored spiritual energy in his body to rapidly open his spiritual cavities and break through to a new realm. Looking at Giant Armor, Lu Ye's mood fluctuated. Where did Sima Yang find Giant Armor? Blue Blood Sect absolutely could not miss out on such a talent. Playing with the bead for a while, Lu Yi couldn't see through it, so he handed it back. This bead was not a monster core, but in terms of value, it was much more valuable than an ordinary monster core. If someone with ulterior motives saw it, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have any strange thoughts. Don't show this thing to others casually in the future. Didn't Sima Yang tell you before? He did. Giant Armor responded, opening his mouth and swallowing the bead back. As if thinking of the dead Sima Yang, he was shrouded in sadness and lowered his head. Lu Yi took out a large piece of beast meat. Giant Armor took it and was no longer sad. A day later, in a small courtyard, Lu Yi placed his hands on the ground and circulated his spirit force. Large amounts of spirit force flashed, and where the spirit force gathered, a series of mysterious and complex patterns appeared. As he did this, the pattern continued to expand and spread until it covered an area of several meters. After a while, all the light suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. But if one carefully sensed it, they would be able to detect that the spirit chi in that area was abnormal. Lu Yi, is this a spirit array? Yi, who had been standing to the side and watching, asked. Lu Yi stood up and took out a thick book from his storage bag. After reading it, he nodded with satisfaction. Finally, after such a long period of study, he had finally gained something. Now he had some understanding of how to arrange spirit arrays and could now use his own spirit chi to arrange some simple spirit arrays. Of course, such spirit arrays were not very useful because they did not have a stable carrier, such as an array flag or array base, so they could be easily destroyed. However, everything started from easy to difficult, and today's success in taking this step represented Lu Ye's entry into the array Dao. Giant Armor, Lu Ye called out. Ah! Giant Armor, who had been watching from the side, turned its head. Go up and try, but don't use your spirit chi. Although the formation was set up, it was very fragile. The giant armor only needed to channel a little bit of spirit energy to break the formation. This was the same principle as when Lu Yi had constructed the spirit-gathering spirit rune in his spirit cavities. The spirit-gathering spirit rune constructed that would collapse under the impact of spirit chi. Later, he thought of a way to transform the spirit-gathering spirit rune into a small funnel, which stabilized it. Oh! Giant Armor responded and took a step forward. Slow down! Lu Yi hurriedly shouted. If this foot stepped down, the spirit array he had arranged would collapse immediately. Giant Armor's raised foot stopped in midair and fell down at an extremely slow speed. It carefully watched Lu Ye's reaction, and after seeing Lu Yi nod, it moved its other foot. This was obviously a little difficult for him, and after taking a few steps, his foot almost cramped. After a while, he walked to the center of the formation. In an instant, the lines of the formation that had already disappeared lit up. Spiritual energy surged in the area covered by the formation, and a slash of spiritual energy condensed into a slash that attacked the giant armor. Giant Armor remembered Lu Ye's instructions not to use his spirit chi, so he stood there and endured the attack. Then he scratched his butt with an innocent look on his face. PFFF. He almost laughed out loud because the power of that slash was simply unbearable to look at. It was even worse than a fifth-order cultivator's golden arc slash. After this slash, the entire formation crumbled and turned into specks of fluorescent light before disappearing. Lu Yi revealed a thoughtful expression. With his current attainments in array Dao, it was not surprising that the array he had set up had such an effect. He had used several spirit inscriptions to set up this array, and the core was the spirit arc, which was the spirit inscription that could produce that slash. The spirit inscriptions Lu Yi could construct right now were not only those obtained from the talent tree. He had also learned many spirit inscriptions from books, but because they took a long time to construct and were unstable, they could not play a role in battle. They could only be used when arranging spirit arrays. Yi felt that this spirit array was simply too weak. Although she did not say it out loud, she definitely thought so in her heart. But if those array cultivators who were proficient in the spirit array Dao saw it, they would definitely praise it. This was because Lu Yi had set up this spirit formation without any form of support. He had used his own spirit chi to set it up in one go, and any single mistake would cause everything to go to waste. If constructing a spirit inscription was compared to writing a word with a pen, then arranging a spirit array like this was like writing an essay. When writing this essay, the ink could not be broken, and the strokes could not be wrong. This was a great test of a cultivator's control of their own spirit chi. It was already extremely amazing for Lu Yi to have such results on his first attempt at arranging a spirit array. If he were to forge some spirit array flags and spirit array bases as the core, it would only be simpler, and the power would also be greatly improved. Strictly speaking, array cultivators could barely be considered a branch of spirit inscriptionists. However, the spirit inscriptions that array cultivators learned were basically used to arrange spirit arrays. There were many spirit inscriptions in this world, and even if an ordinary cultivator spent their entire life, they would not be able to thoroughly understand all the spirit inscriptions and could only choose some of the key points. The spirit inscriptions that array cultivators learned were more used to arrange spirit arrays Battle inscription masters learned more about spirit inscriptions, and inscription masters were more inclined to support. With different focuses, the spirit inscriptions they learned were different. There were also weapon refiners who forged spirit artifacts. They would also learn some spirit inscriptions, mainly used to forge spirit artifacts. After all, every spirit artifact was engraved with spirit inscriptions to form a restriction. Even a spirit inscription master, like Madame Yin, was not proficient in everything. Lu Yi had never done things like making spirit array flags and spirit array bases, which required some special materials and tools. At present, he did not have such conditions. It would not be too late to further his studies after returning to the Jade Blood Sect. Lu Ye's current focus was on spirit arrays and breaking them. Therefore, it didn't matter what kind of spirit array he could arrange. He just wanted to familiarize himself with the structure of spirit arrays so that it would be convenient for him to break others' spirit arrays. After glaring at Yi, Lu Yi walked back into the room and continued to cultivate and study the classics. The more he studied, the more he felt the vastness and profoundness of spirit inscriptions. Lu Yi used to think that with the talent tree, he could activate all kinds of spirit inscriptions at will and easily become a spirit inscription master. Now he knew that he was wrong. The talent tree did give him a lot of convenience, but if he only relied on the talent tree, he would at most be a second-rate spirit inscription master in the future. It was impossible for him to reach the first class or even the top level. There were many things that the talent tree could not give. Days passed. Lu Yi would occasionally come out to arrange new spirit arrays, familiarize himself with the methods he had mastered, summarize his experience in failure, and improve his attainments in success. The speed of arranging spirit arrays was getting faster and faster. The only pity was that there was no ready-made spirit arrays for him to study how to break them. This matter had to fall on the Shenin Palace. He hoped that Gu Kenyang would not regret inviting him to be a guest when the time came. Chapter 285. Cultivating, setting up spirit arrays, and reading books. Lu Yi didn't know how the others were doing in Immortal Essence City, but he was living a fulfilling life. This made Lu Yi want to return to Blue Blood Sect and cultivate in seclusion. But considering his current 8th Order cultivation, it was not appropriate for him to stay in the outer circle for a long time. Besides, there were many sects on Golden Light Peak that he had yet to avenge. He could only move around in the inner circle now. When his cultivation was higher and he went to the core circle, it would be difficult to find some sects for revenge. For example, he had fought 43 battles on Golden Light Peak, and many of these 43 sects were sects in the outer circle. It was not appropriate for him to go to the outer circle to seek revenge now, as it would only cause chaos. Li Baxian had said before that the outer circle's affairs were handled by the outer circle's people, and the inner circle's affairs were handled by the inner circle's people. Every circle had something that was agreed upon. This was not a rule, but it was something that the cultivators of both camps had to abide by. No matter which side violated it, it would cause some bad consequences. Although he was in Immortal Essence City, the speed of his spirit apertures opening was not slow, basically maintaining the frequency of opening one aperture every 3 days. Now his spirit apertures had almost reached 160. It seemed that when he went to Shening Palace as a guest in the future, he would have to prepare a heaven-grade secret art in advance, just in case. On this day, Lu Yi was bored, so he took out the breath fruit core from his storage bag and prepared to enter the Mirage realm to relax his muscles and bones. It was a bit boring to cultivate and read books all day long. He couldn't leave Immortal Essence City for the time being, so he had to find something else to do. Moreover, although he was sure that the Mirage realm he entered through the breath fruit core had something to do with Immortal Essence City, he had never figured out what the relationship was. The only thing he could be sure of was that there was constantly rolling fog in both places, and there were also fog shadows coming out of the fog. As for the rest, he didn't know for the time being. Just as he took out the breath fruit core from his storage bag, somewhere in the celestial origin city, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. There was a thoughtful look in those eyes. Then the figure of the owner of those eyes flashed and disappeared from where he stood. In the room, Lu Yi frowned slightly. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. But when he was about to pour his qi into the breath fruit core, he suddenly felt like he was being watched by someone. He looked left and right, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. When he looked carefully again, that feeling disappeared. Holding the breath fruit core, Lu Ye's spiritual power surged. Pa! Lu Ye's hair stood on end, and when he looked up, a figure had appeared in front of him. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, and he wore a luxurious purple robe. He was tall and handsome and looked like a phoenix or a dragon. He grabbed Lu Ye's arm and looked at him helplessly. Their eyes met. Lu Yi tried to pull his arm back, but failed. The other party clearly didn't use much strength, but he was still able to immobilize him. This person was very strong, super strong. He was even stronger than the woman in the red dress. Who was this person? Where did it come from? What was he going to do? All kinds of questions popped up in Lu Ye's mind one after another. He didn't feel any malice from the other party. But then again, such a powerful existence probably wouldn't have any malice towards him. Just like how he wouldn't have any malice towards an ant on the side of the road. His thoughts fluctuated, but that didn't stop him from instinctively using his left hand to pull out the Pan-Shan saber from his waist and chop down at the incoming person. Clang! The long saber stopped in midair. The newcomer only raised 2 fingers, and the saber was caught in midair. Lu Yi looked at the Pan-Shan saber, and the corners of his eyes twitched. When they heard the commotion, Hupa and Giant Armor, who were eating outside, rushed in together. Hupa roared, and the spirit embodiments appeared one after another. Giant Armor also took a large step forward, his blood boiling. "Don't move!" Lu Yi growled. Giant Armor ignored him and went to the newcomer's side. He threw a punch, and the newcomer was unharmed, but Giant Armor was sent flying. What was even more shocking was that the nightmare spirits released by Hoopa didn't attack the newcomer. They just stood there in a daze. Only Hoopa pounced over, and E cast a spell. In midair, Hoopa returned to his original form and bit down on the newcomer's head. Then he got stuck. E's spell didn't have any effect. No matter what she did, she couldn't hurt the newcomer at all. The man holding Lu Ye's arm and the Pan-Shan saber looked even more helpless. A moment later, Lu Yi sheathed his saber. E and Giant Armor, who ran back, stood vigilantly beside him. 2 feet away, the purple-robed man stood still. Hoopa was still holding his head in his mouth, and he was still hanging on his body. Around him was a group of stupefied nightmare spirits. "Hoopa!" Lu Yi yelled. Hoopa opened his mouth and let go of the person. The purple-robed man tidied his clothes and sighed slightly. He walked to the side and sat down. "Young friend, don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions." Lu Yi didn't say anything. He really didn't have any ill intentions. If he did, no one in this room would survive. Lu Yi glanced at the nightmare spirits on the side and said, "What brings you here, City Lord?" E was slightly surprised and looked at Lu Yi in surprise. The purple-robed man was also surprised. He changed into a more comfortable sitting position and smiled. "Young friend, how can you be sure that I'm the City Lord? I've seen a woman in a red dress on a swing. She's the strongest person I've seen in Immortal Essence City. But compared to the City Lord, there's a big gap. I think, other than the City Lord, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than her in the city. Just based on that, and them." Lu Yi looked at the nightmare spirits, standing to the side. Hoopa should have given them an order, but they didn't attack. It means that they instinctively don't want to be enemies with the City Lord. The purple-robed man nodded slightly. "Let's say you're right." This was admitting his identity. "As for my purpose of coming here," the City Lord stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the breath fruit core he got from Lu Yi. He said with a serious expression, "Young friend, this thing can't be used in Immortal Essence City. Not only can it not be used in a mortal essence city, it can't be used in any infinite mirage realm. Why? I can only say that it will lead to some very bad consequences. Such as, there are some things that you'd better not know. The city lord smiled. Obviously, he wasn't going to explain anything to Lu Yi. As he spoke, he threw the breath fruit core back. Lu Yi caught it, and a look of contemplation flashed in his eyes, but he couldn't think of anything. But since the city lord had personally come to tell him this, he naturally wouldn't be tactful and rashly try to activate the breath fruit core. That would only anger the other party. "Do you have tea?" the city lord asked again. "No, that's a pity." The city lord got up and walked in front of Lu Yi. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "I have another thing to explain to you. City lord, please speak." The city lord turned his gaze to the nightmare spirits. "You can't take them out. Will it also lead to very bad consequences?" "That's not it. It's just that if you take them out, they will die." Lu Yi looked thoughtful. The message in these words was a bit big, but he couldn't figure out the key points in a short time. Seeing Lu Ye's expression, the city lord was a little speechless. If possible, he wouldn't show up. He had already made plans before. When the Immortal Essence City expelled Lu Yi, he would use some means to intercept these transformed nightmare spirits and keep them in the Immortal Essence City. At that time, Lu Yi wouldn't know what happened. The biggest possibility was that he would misunderstand that the souls of the Immortal Essence City couldn't be taken out. This matter could be left unsettled. But what the city lord didn't expect was that Lu Yi actually took out that thing, forcing him to show up and explain the pros and cons to Lu Yi. Since he had already shown his face, he couldn't use his secret methods anymore. He could only do it openly. "This is the city lord's order." To be honest, the nightmare spirits transformed by Hupo were a big help. If he could take them out, they would be of great help to him in a short time. But after a long time, they wouldn't be of much help. After all, the strength of these nightmare spirits was limited. "This is a request," the city lord said seriously. Lu Yi understood. These souls belong to Hupa. Hupa has the final say on whether to take them out or not. "Why don't you talk to him, city lord?" The city lord stared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was under great pressure. Although they had only met for a short time, the city lord didn't seem like someone who would bully the weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to him just now. As the saying goes, a gentleman should take advantage of the situation. So Lu Yi felt that he could take the opportunity to do something. Since it was a request, it could be discussed. What he was afraid of was that the other party would flip the table. At that time, he could only admit defeat. "State your conditions," the city lord said angrily. "Soul cleansing pool." The city lord had an, as expected, expression. He had guessed that Lu Yi would raise this condition. "How about I give you a spirit treasure?" The city lord said. Yi silently took out the 9 worlds map from the side. The city lord increased the price. 2? 3? Lu Yi shook his head and said, "Foreign objects are just foreign objects." Hearing this, the city lord nodded in agreement. "You're right. Fine, I'll grant you this." Lu Yi was delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle. "We all want to go." The city lord was so angry that he laughed. "Do you want to add more people? I see that there are still a lot of people outside." "That's not necessary. One can't be too greedy. This city lord hasn't wanted to hit anyone in a long time. You'd better watch your words." Lu Yi immediately shut his mouth tightly. If he was beaten up, he wouldn't be able to fight back. The city lord glared at him again. Then he waved his hand and slashed at the many by spirits. There was a faint sound of something being cut. Hupo's body trembled. The by spirits with dull expressions and lifeless eyes seemed to have come back to life. Their eyes immediately regained their spirit. Immediately after, the many by spirits bowed to the city lord and quickly dispersed. "Let's go." As the city lord spoke, Lu Yi felt a force wrap around him, and the stars in front of him instantly shifted. Chapter 286. When Lu Yi came back to his senses again, he was already standing beside a large pool filled with dense fog. Rows of immortal essence guards stood around the pool, and the leader immediately saluted when he saw the city lord. The city lord waved his hand and dismissed him. Lu Yi looked down, but he couldn't see anything. Only the dense fog kept rolling, but the fog seemed to be bound by some kind of power. Although it kept rolling, it didn't drift out at all. Was this the legendary soul cleansing pool? Yi stood beside him and whispered, "Lu Yi, that fog seems to be very useful to me." She was a spiritual body, so she was very sensitive to the fog. Lu Yi didn't notice anything, but Yi could. If she could enter the pool, the benefits she would gain would be unimaginable. Lu Yi turned to look at the city lord, who was standing to the side. "Just jump in." The city lord put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. He nodded and said, "Yes, just jump in. But you only have 6 hours. After 6 hours, I will send you back." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi jumped in. Time was limited, so he naturally had to seize the opportunity. His body kept falling, and soon Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. This soul cleansing pool seemed to be a little deep. The city lord didn't say anything about this. Just as Lu Yi was about to activate the flying wing tattoo, his body suddenly became light, as if there was some kind of power below holding him up. His speed slowly decreased until he finally came to a stop. He didn't feel like he was stepping on something solid. Instead, he felt like he was stepping on cotton. He was sure that he hadn't reached the bottom of the soul cleansing pool. He looked around and didn't see Yi and the others. The rolling fog was so dense that he couldn't even see his own fingers. There was no need to worry about their safety. At this moment, they must be somewhere in the soul cleansing pool. There were only 6 hours left, so Lu Yi quickly sat down cross-legged. The situation here reminded him of when he tempered his body in the Dragon Spring. It was very similar to the current situation, but in the Dragon Spring he had to absorb the blood fog to temper his body. Here it was different. Lu Yi felt that there was an invisible power around him that was constantly drilling into his body. His body became light, his mind became clear, and the tiredness from the days of cultivation and reading were all swept away. This was the power of the soul cleansing pool, which acted on the spirit. Unfortunately, Lu Ye's current cultivation base was insufficient and had yet to touch the level of the spirit. Otherwise, the benefits he could obtain here would absolutely be unimaginable. Even so, as long as he could absorb and refine the surrounding mist, it would be a huge boost to his spirit. If not cultivating could bring such benefits, what would happen if he started cultivating? Lu Yi hurriedly began to construct spirit-gathering runes in his spiritual cavities. With the enhancement of the small funnel-shaped spirit runes, the surrounding mist was gathered and poured into Lu Ye's body at an even faster rate. This caused his consciousness to become clearer and his body to become lighter. Above the soul-cleansing pool, the city lord looked at it with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "2 of the 4 symbols have gathered, and it seems to be related to the first symbol. Interesting." Just as he was muttering to himself, the city lord's expression became serious because he found that Lu Ye's situation was not quite right. He didn't know what method this little brat was using, but the surrounding mist was constantly pouring into his body at an increasingly faster rate. This was not a good sign. The mist in the soul-cleansing pool was indeed of great benefit to one's soul. Even just soaking in it could constantly enhance one's spiritual energy, but too much was as bad as too little. Lu Yi was only an 8th-order spirit stream realm cultivator, far from reaching the level where he could touch the soul. If he crazily swallowed the soul mist like this, the only result would be his soul being assimilated by it and disintegrating. Giving him 6 hours seemed to be too much. This little brat didn't even need 6 hours. If things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to last even half an hour. The city lord didn't rush to stop him and instead watched with interest. He wanted to know what choice this little brat would make when he realized something was wrong. The enhancement of one's spiritual energy was difficult to resist, and it was easy to get lost in it. At this moment, Lu Yi was excitedly constructing gathering spirit runes in his spiritual cavities. As the surrounding mist continued to pour in, he felt himself becoming more and more light as a feather. His entire being emitted an indescribable, refreshing feeling from the inside out. This feeling was intoxicating, making one unable to extricate themselves, making one feel as if there was nothing they couldn't do. As soon as this feeling appeared, he became vigilant and stopped constructing spirit runes. Because of his previous experience in Dragon Spring, he knew that too much was as bad as too little. Silently perceiving his own body, he found that it was different from the vague perception he had before. Now his perception had become clearer, and as the mist was refined, this clarity became more and more obvious. He could even see the flow of spirit energy in his body. He also saw the talent tree in his body, taking root in his source cavity. On the talent tree, many leaves were burning. He saw himself again, sitting cross-legged above the mist. Lu Yi was surprised. Seeing himself from an outsider's point of view was obviously a bit abnormal. It was somewhat similar to the legendary soul astral projection. He looked down and found that at some point he had become a spirit body like Yi. The connection between his spirit body and his physical body was rapidly weakening. Something was wrong. He hurriedly focused his mind and felt a strong pulling force. Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was still sitting on the mist, but he was no longer in the state of a spirit body. The mist in the soul cleansing pond was strange. Realizing this, Lu Yi immediately became cautious. He carefully examined his body and recalled the various sensations he had felt just now, quickly determining where the problem was. The mist in the soul cleansing pond was indeed very nourishing to the soul and could strengthen it, but he had a limit. After all, he was only a spirit stream realm cultivator. If the soul's strength became too strong in a short period of time, it would instinctively try to break free from the shackles of the physical body, such as the soul astral projection just now. Moreover, as the soul continued to grow, this situation would become more and more serious. The physical body was the vessel of the soul, the foundation of the soul. Once the soul broke free from the shackles of the physical body, it would really be transformed into a spirit body. This was a result that Lu Yi absolutely could not accept. A pure spirit body was indeed very convenient, but without a physical body to rely on, it was still water without a source, a tree without roots. Yi did not have a physical body, but she was a nightmare spirit transformed from amber, so she also had something to rely on. After determining where the problem was, Lu Yi did not dare to act recklessly. This situation was different from tempering his body in the Dragon Spring. In the Dragon Spring, no matter how much blood mist he absorbed, it would only cause his body to become stronger for a short period of time. His mind would not be able to keep up with his physical body's reaction, and he could slowly adapt afterwards. But in this place, letting his soul become too strong was not a good thing. Originally, he had constructed more than 130 spirit-gathering spirit patterns in his spiritual cavities, but at this moment he hurriedly scattered half of them to prevent himself from being unable to bear the nourishment of the soul fog. A moment later, Lu Yi scattered half of them, leaving behind only 30 spirit-gathering spirit patterns. The situation was still not optimistic. He seemed to have swallowed and refined too much soul fog just now, causing the power of his soul to grow to a limit. If it continued to grow, the soul astral projection would inevitably occur. After feeling it for a moment, he had no choice but to scatter the last 30 spirit patterns. The situation became awkward. The benefits were clearly within reach, but he could only sit there and do nothing. Beside the soul-cleansing pond, the city lord looked down and nodded slightly. He was a little surprised that Lu Yi was able to realize the problem so quickly and even resist the temptation of the soul fog. It seemed that this boy was not bad. As he had said before, one could not be too greedy, and only when one was content could one be happy. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Lu Yi take out a storage bag, open it, and shake it left and right, as if he wanted to put the soul fog inside. The city lord did not know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did he understand that all that nonsense about not being too greedy was pure nonsense. Under the soul-cleansing pond, Lu Yi checked the situation inside the storage bag. There was indeed some soul fog, but the space inside the storage bag was limited. Even if it was full, how much could it hold? It was said that someone had once obtained a few drops of water from the soul-cleansing pond by chance and brought it out to show filial piety to the elders of their sect. Where had they gotten the water? Lu Yi put away the storage bag and looked down. It was impossible for this thick soul fog to appear out of nowhere. Could it be that the soul-cleansing pond's water was below? Hurriedly hanging the storage bag on his waist, Lu Yi plunged down and used his hands and feet to swim towards the depths of the soul-cleansing pond. After a while, he felt that his speed was too slow, so he urged the flying wing tattoo and quickly flew down. As if flying through thick clouds, Lu Yi continued to go deeper. After an incense stick of time, he still had not reached the bottom of the pond. This soul-cleansing pond seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. No matter how deep the soul-cleansing pond was, it still had a limit. It was obviously abnormal for him to fly like this for an incense stick of time. Next to the soul-cleansing pond, the city lord had sat down at some point, holding his chin with one hand with a playful expression. Although living people often came to Immortal Essence City for some reason, as the city lord, he would not easily appear in front of those juniors. It had been a long time since he had seen such an interesting scene. In his field of vision, Lu Yi did not go deep into the soul-cleansing pond at all. Instead, he maintained the posture of flying down. The rolling soul fog around him and the special environment of the soul-cleansing pond made Lu Yi have the illusion that he was going deeper and deeper. In the soul-cleansing pond, Lu Yi retracted his spiritual power wings and turned his head to look at the thick soul fog around him thoughtfully. Since there was no way to determine how deep the soul-cleansing pond was, and there was no way to determine if he could find the pond water at the bottom, could he make some soul-cleansing pond water himself? Such a thick soul fog, logically speaking, should be able to form soul water with a little guidance and condensation. This was the same principle as the condensation of fog. As for how to guide the condensation of soul fog, Lu Yi had some ideas. Chapter 287. Such a dense soul mist was on the verge of condensing into water, so there was no need for any troublesome means. He just needed to make the soul mist more compact and dense. He didn't know whether this would work. After all, it was just a whim. But if it worked, the harvest would be great. If it didn't work, there was no loss anyway. He raised his hand and pressed on the mist in front of him. His spiritual power was madly activated, and visible yin and yang elements were intertwined. Each element was about the size of a palm, and they spread out in an instant. The city lord, who was sitting leisurely by the soul-cleansing pool, was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Lu Yi to be a spiritual tattooist and be able to construct spiritual tattoos at will. This spiritual tattoo, the city lord carefully looked at the huge spiritual tattoo that was rapidly forming, was its spirit gathering. It was just that this spirit gathering spiritual tattoo was a little different from ordinary ones. Not only was it huge, but its shape was also a little strange. The middle protruded forward and expanded upward in a curve, looking like a funnel. A funnel? The city lord immediately straightened up and vaguely realized something. The little guy who came this time seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. The reason why he agreed to let Lu Yi and the others into the soul-cleansing pool was that even if they came in, they wouldn't consume much of the power of the soul-cleansing pool. It was a fair trade as the price for releasing the transformed by spirits. But if things were really as he thought, he seemed to be losing out in this deal. Under the soul-cleansing pool, Lu Yi let out a long breath. This was the largest spirit-gathering spirit rune he had constructed so far. It covered an area of 100 feet, and it was a funnel-shaped spirit gathering rune. This alone consumed a small part of his spiritual power. It was not that he didn't want to build a bigger one, but if it was bigger, even he might fail. The spiritual tattoo had been constructed. Whether it could succeed or not depended on the next change. Sensing it carefully, he noticed that the soul fog in the area covered by the spiritual patterns had become even thicker. It was surging in from all directions, and then it kept gathering and leaking out of the hole. In an instant, a powerful airflow appeared at the tip of the big funnel, and a large amount of soul fog was constantly spewing out. No, although this could gather the soul mist, there was no way to condense it. Lu Yi immediately raised his hand and urged his spirit energy to do so. The soul fog that had gathered couldn't find a way out. It kept accumulating and compressing in the funnel. Slowly, a liquid appeared on the walls of the funnel. It slowly grew bigger and flowed down the walls of the funnel, accumulating at the tip of the funnel. Success! Lu Yi was overjoyed. She watched as the soul water accumulated drop by drop. It expanded and flowed into the center of the lotus leaf like morning dew. Beside the soul cleansing pool, the city lord who saw this scene couldn't take it anymore. The soul cleansing pool wasn't just the foundation of the immortal essence city. It was also the foundation of the other boundless mirage realm. The power of the soul cleansing pool couldn't be lost too much. At this moment, he deeply regretted giving Lu Yi 6 hours of time. In his opinion, for a small cultivator like Lu Yi, 6 hours should have been enough to satisfy his appetite. But now, it seemed that he had given too much. If he had known, he would have given him an hour. But what was said was like spilled water. It wasn't good to catch Lu Yi now. What kind of scandal would that be? He looked around and saw that all the immortal essence guards were standing nearby with their backs to him. Then he raised a finger and gently stirred it in the direction of the soul cleansing pool. At the bottom of the soul cleansing pool, Lu Yi was happily watching the continuous accumulation of soul water. Suddenly, the surging of the soul mist became violent, causing the large funnel to distort and collapse with a loud bang. The gathered soul mist was no longer bound and scattered in all directions. The soul water that had been accumulated with great difficulty also splashed in all directions with the collapse of the spirit pattern. Lu Yi was quick to react. He urged his spirit energy to wrap the soul water. Although he lost some, he still managed to get back most of it. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle for medicine from his storage bag and put the soul water in it. He shook it gently. It seemed to be half a bottle. There were at least a dozen drops of soul water in such a small bottle. In the past, even if someone brought out soul water from the immortal essence city, it would at most be a few drops. It was far from what he had. Since he had succeeded once, it would be easy to do it a second time. However, the experience just now made him realize that the spirit pattern he had constructed was still a little too big. Although there were great benefits to it, it could gather more soul fog and form soul water faster. However, it was not stable enough. Once the soul fog surged violently, it could easily cause the spirit pattern to collapse. Therefore, it was best to shrink the spirit pattern. He raised his hand again and urged his spirit energy. Yin and Yang quickly spread out in all directions. In a moment, another big funnel was formed, but this time the funnel was smaller than before. It only covered an area of 7 feet. His spirit energy consumption was huge. Lu Yi hurriedly took out the breath fruit wine from his storage bag and drank it to quickly recover his consumption. The funnel was smaller than before, so the efficiency of condensing soul water was also lower. However, what puzzled Lu Yi was that the funnel could be maintained for a shorter time than before. When the violently surging soul fog hit the funnel, Lu Yi, who had been prepared, quickly grabbed the scattered soul water and put it into the jade bottle. Lu Yi began to construct the big funnel again. Time passed, and even with the breath fruit wine to recover his spirit energy, Lu Yi could not hold on any longer. The speed of recovery could not keep up with the consumption. The funnel he constructed was getting smaller and smaller, and the harvest was getting worse and worse. After an unknown amount of time, a powerful force suddenly grabbed his body. Lu Yi immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly took the initiative to collect the soul water he had just formed. The next moment, his vision spun. When he came back to his senses, he had returned to the small courtyard from before. He fell to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. Hupa, and Giant Armor were standing next to him. Seeing Lu Yi fall, Yi probably wanted to come up and help him, but her state at the moment was obviously not normal. Her body flashed with spirit energy, and she could not walk in a straight line. Not only her, but Hupa and Giant Armor were also like this. It was as if they were drunk, walking unsteadily. The benefits they had obtained in the soul cleansing pool for 3 hours were too great. Everyone was dizzy and light on their feet. It was difficult for them to adapt for a while. However, this was not a bad thing. They only needed to recover for a few days. Lu Yi stood up and waved his hand at them, indicating that he was fine. Seeing this, Giant Armor simply sat on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Yi could not hold on any longer. She plunged into Hupo's body and disappeared. Hupa jumped onto Giant Armor's thigh and curled up. He did not move and soon began to snore. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord was investigating the situation in the soul cleansing pool. After a moment, he sighed slightly. The loss this time was not small, but fortunately it was still acceptable. He did not expect that little 8th order cultivator to have such a strange method. He could actually condense the soul mist into soul water and take it away. He thought that even if the other party had such a method, with his spirit energy reserves, he would not be able to do it more than a few times. Who knew that the little brat had something that could quickly restore his spirit energy and construct the large funnel spirit rune again and again. He could not do it too obviously, so he could only wait for the other party to gain a little before destroying the funnel to prevent the other party from discovering any clues. If it were not for him playing tricks in the dark, who knew how much soul water that little brat would have taken away this time? At this moment, Lu Yi was checking his harvest. Putting aside the improvement of his soul, Lu Yi had filled 3 or 4 bottles of soul water. The bottles were not big and were used to store pills. However, even if there were only 30 drops of soul water in each bottle, he had obtained more than 100 drops this time. That was the condensation of soul mist, the concentrated essence. If he brought it out and gave it to the sect master, it would definitely be of great benefit to the sect master. There was also Second Senior Sister. Second Senior Sister was now at the True Lake realm and was about to break through to the Divine Sea realm. She also needed soul water. There was also Fourth Senior Brother Libashian. Like him, Libashian could not come into contact with soul power for the time being. However, soul water could strengthen the foundation of one soul. It was beneficial in all aspects. Silently planning in his heart, Lu Yi checked the changes in his body. Although he could feel that he had gained a lot in the soul cleansing pool, he had been busy with the soul water and did not check it out. With this check, he immediately found that it was different from before. Previously, his perception of his body was a little vague. Even if he could perceive the general situation with the help of the flow of spirit power, it was not clear. It was as if there was a thick layer of membrane, but now it was very clear. It was as if he had a pair of invisible eyes in his body, and he could see what he wanted to see. He had felt this feeling once when his soul left his body, so it was not unfamiliar to him. This ability to clearly check his own situation was very useful. For example, if he suffered an internal injury in a fierce battle, he might not be able to see the specific condition of the injury before, but now he could see it clearly. Not only did he perceive his own body, but Lu Yi felt that his perception seemed to have formed an invisible force. With a little push, it could cover a radius of 10 feet. He could perceive some abnormalities within this radius of 10 feet, but the farther he was, the blurrier his perception was. The closer he was, the clearer it was, especially within 10 feet of him. This made him realize a wonderful thing. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about ghost cultivators sneaking up on him. Previously, a ghost cultivator sneaked up behind him and wanted to sneak up on him. If it were not for the 9-world map that he had set up in advance to trap the other party, Lu Yi would not have noticed it. His insight spirit rune could also see through the concealment of ghost cultivators. However, the spirit rune needed to be actively activated. Perception was always present and had no blind spots. Compared to the insight spirit rune that was built in the eyes, it obviously had a greater advantage. The ghost cultivators he encountered now were still at a low cultivation level. Although he could use some ghost cultivators' methods, they could not be considered as the essence. In the future, when his cultivation level was higher, the ghost cultivators he encountered would be more difficult to deal with. With such a powerful perception, he would undoubtedly be more at ease when dealing with ghost cultivators' attacks. Chapter 288. The benefits were far more than just improving one's perception. Even if Lu Yi couldn't touch spiritual energy at the moment, it was something everyone had. It was related to all aspects of life, cultivation, and combat. With the improvement of one's spiritual energy, many things had changed. Lu Yi had noticed it when he was constructing the Great Funnel Spirit Tattoo in the Soul Cleansing Pond, and his control of spirit energy had improved. Originally, because he had been practicing Spirit Tattoo, his control of spirit energy had surpassed cultivators of the same level. Now, there was a huge improvement on this foundation. With a thought, Lu Yi pushed his spirit energy, and a fiery red light surged in his hand, turning into a ball of fire. Lu Yi gently threw it out, and the ball of fire immediately flew up, constantly moving in the air. Lu Yi's thoughts moved again, and the ball of fire immediately turned into a beautiful firebird, dragging a long tail and dancing in the air, leaving a trail of light in the air. The fire phoenix technique finally became normal. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he had learned this technique, it had been a bit abnormal. The fire phoenix technique had turned into a fire quail. Even if his cultivation continued to increase, there was no improvement. This led to him not using this technique before reaching the 7th order spirit stream realm unless absolutely necessary, so as to avoid being laughed at by others. After reaching the 7th order, he learned the fire dragon technique. The fire phoenix began to twist and change again, turning into a fire dragon. This was no longer a simple spirit technique. Even those spirit stream 8th or 9th order cultivators wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. This was a higher level of fire control. The spirit energy slowly dissipated, and the fire dragon disappeared. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that he had always been dissatisfied with the power of his imperial artifact. The main reason was that he couldn't construct spirit tattoos on his imperial artifact to increase its lethality and speed. So he had always wanted to add spirit tattoos to his imperial artifact when he was using it, but it was too difficult. He had tried several times before, but all of them ended in failure. Although he still had control over the spirit energy that left his body, the strength of his control had greatly decreased. It didn't affect his imperial artifact too much, but it was a bit of a fantasy to construct spirit tattoos at the same time. He thought that he would have to wait until his cultivation was higher to realize this idea. Now, it seemed that he could try it in advance. With that thought in mind, Lu Yi took out the hiltless short knife from his storage bag and threw it out. The imperial equipment immediately turned into a stream of light and flew away. With a thought, the hiltless short saber flashed with brilliance. With the support of wind travel, the already extremely fast-flowing light suddenly increased in speed, reaching an unimaginable speed. Imperial equipment was originally known for its speed, and with the support of wind travel, this kind of speed was simply not something an ordinary 8th or 9th order spirit stream cultivator could react to. Even those cultivators who had switched to heaven-grade secret arts wouldn't be able to block this attack if they weren't careful. The hiltless short saber flashed once again, increase of sharpness. After a short while, Lu Yi took back his imperial equipment, feeling quite satisfied. Imperial equipment that could be augmented with spirit inscriptions had its lethality greatly increased. However, there was only one drawback, and that was that the time it could be maintained was shortened. The spirit chi consumed by an Imperial equipment was stored in the spirit artifact in advance. Whether it was wind travel or sharpness, they all consumed spirit chi. This caused the amount of spirit chi stored in the Imperial equipment to decrease significantly after Lu Yi constructed the spirit inscriptions, so the time it could be maintained was naturally shortened. This wasn't a big problem. Killing an enemy often only took an instant. Lu Yi didn't need to fight with an Imperial equipment for a long time. If he really encountered such a situation, Lu Yi would naturally take out the mountain coiling saber and fight back. Now he could refine 2 more spirit artifacts. In the past, Lu Ye's Imperial equipment limit was more than 2, but he felt that too many would distract his mind, so he didn't refine more. But now that his soul had become stronger, his mind would naturally become stronger as well. Refining 2 more spirit artifacts wouldn't weaken his combat strength. If one day he could reach the level of 4th senior brother Li Baxian, who could create 100 swords with a single thought, he would be able to walk sideways on the spirit stream battlefield. However, this kind of thing depended on talent. It wasn't just a matter of having a strong soul and mind. After so many years on the spirit stream battlefield, only Li Baxian had appeared. He had many spirit artifacts on hand that could be used, and there was no lack of 9th restriction spirit artifacts. They were all obtained from killing enemies. Lu Yi found 2 suitable spirit artifacts and swallowed a spirit pill to recover his spirit chi, while slowly refining the restrictions on them. Giant Armor was still meditating, Hoopa was still sleeping, and Yi didn't move. Only Lu Yi was left in the small courtyard. He didn't feel bored. Every day, he cultivated and read as usual. Now his reading efficiency was much higher than before, and his understanding of the knowledge in the books was much more thorough. This was all a benefit brought about by the strength of his soul. Time flew by, and several days later, Lu Yi, who was cultivating and studying the books, suddenly felt a faint repulsive force coming from his surroundings. He hurriedly closed the thick book in his hands and stood up. Giant Armor stood up as well. The 2 of them walked out side by side. Just as they reached the entrance of the courtyard, Ji Yan greeted them. Brother Yi, Immortal Essence City is about to close. I feel it. They continued to move forward and soon met up with Gu Qinyang and the others. The reason why they had to meet up was that if they didn't gather together, they might be separated when they were expelled from Immortal Essence City. If they gathered together like this, they would still be together when they left Immortal Essence City, which could avoid some unnecessary trouble. Everyone waited silently. The repulsive force around them became stronger and stronger until it reached a certain limit. The scenery in front of everyone began to blur and then distort. When everything stabilized, everyone appeared in the wilderness. At the same time in Immortal Essence City, the City Lord was sitting in the City Lord's mansion. The Immortal Essence Guard Commander stepped forward and reported, City Lord, everyone has left. The City Lord raised his hand slightly and waved gently. Lift the restrictions. Yes. As the orders were passed down, the restrictions in the entire Immortal Essence City were lifted one by one. The city shook, and the entire Immortal Essence City underwent a great change. When Lu Yi and the others were here, the city showed signs of being extremely dilapidated, but that was only the appearance of Immortal Essence City. As the restrictions were lifted, ripples spread out, and the real Immortal Essence City slowly appeared. Rows of dilapidated houses disappeared and were replaced by solid lines of defense. The lines of defense were filled with arrays and large-scale offensive and defensive spiritual treasures. Each of these things was priceless in the 9 provinces, but they could be seen everywhere in Immortal Essence City. The soul fog in the soul-cleansing pool rolled, and from the soul fog, powerful spiritual bodies walked out one after another. Basically, half of them were dressed as Immortal Essence guards, and the other half were the original residents of Immortal Essence City. They were different from the spiritual bodies that Lu Yi and the others had encountered before. The weakest of these spiritual bodies was at the Cloud River tier, and there were countless True Lake and Divine Ocean tier cultivators. No sect in the 9 provinces could compare to such a force, even those first-grade sects with a long history. They walked out of the soul cleansing pool, and their expressions were solemn. They were full of fighting spirit because they knew that another war was about to break out, and this war had been going on for who knew how many years. If Lu Yi stood here, he would definitely find some familiar Immortal Essence guards. They were the Immortal Essence guards that he had killed before. No one knew that the Immortal Essence guards would not really die. Even if their spiritual bodies were destroyed, as long as the soul cleansing pool was still there, they could walk out of the soul cleansing pool again. This was because all the spiritual bodies' soul seals were in the soul cleansing pool. As long as the soul seals were not broken, the spiritual bodies would never perish. Therefore, the soul cleansing pool was the foundation of Immortal Essence City. Not only Immortal Essence City, but many boundless mirage realms were also like this. In the gambling house, a trace of clarity flashed through Lu Sanbao's eyes. He strode out, and his fat body soared into the air, flying straight toward the city lord's mansion. In the brothel, the Peepa woman hugged her Peepa and walked down the street with a gloomy expression. In the academy, the scholar threw down a half-written essay, shook his head and sighed. Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all things as straw dogs. In the butcher's shop, the butcher sharpened his knife. At the corner of the street, the blind fortune-teller threw a copper coin and did a little divination. He sighed. A bloody disaster. These 5 by spirits that had been taken under Lu Ye's command were not just at the spirit stream realm. Each and every one of them was clearly at the divine ocean realm. The strength that they had shown before was only on the surface, or it could be said that it was the result of being suppressed by the restriction. In the entire Immortal Essence City, the only 2 people who were not suppressed by the restriction were the city lord and the woman in the red dress. This was also the reason why the city lord told Lu Yi that the spiritual bodies of the Immortal Essence City could not leave the city. Not to mention whether Lu Yi could take them away. Even if he could, with Hu Po's current strength, it would be difficult for him to bear such powerful by spirits. The only result was that he would explode and die after leaving the Immortal Essence City. In just a short period of time, the dilapidated and desolate Immortal Essence City changed its appearance. At this moment, the Immortal Essence City was filled with spiritual bodies. The entire city was shrouded in an austere atmosphere. A war was about to break out. The spiritual bodies greedily sensed the surroundings. It had been a long time since they felt the smell of living people, which was left behind by the active cultivators in the Immortal Essence City. This smell could not be felt by ordinary people, even by Yi, who was also a spiritual body. However, for the spiritual bodies who had abandoned their physical bodies and fought here for countless years, this smell was too clear. It was the smell of these living people that allowed them to maintain their intelligence for so many years. If not for this, after so many years of war, these spirits who had died countless times would not have been able to withstand the endless torment and would have turned into mindless existences that only knew how to kill. This had nothing to do with the strength of the spirit. It was also for this reason that the infinite mirage would occasionally appear in the spirit stream battlefield and various places in 9 regions. Whether it was the Immortal Essence City or other infinite mirage, they all needed living people to dilute the omnipresent lethargy. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord sat with his eyes closed. On his left and right stood the commander of the Immortal Essence Guards and the woman in the red dress with the white cat in her arms. The former commanded all the Immortal Essence Guards in the Immortal Essence City, while the latter commanded the other spiritual bodies except for the Immortal Essence Guards. The city lord suddenly opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze pierced through the void. He looked above the city and shouted softly, "Open the array!"